Check. Check. Hey. Oh, cool. Hey. Hello. My sizes are wrong. Anyway, I don't know if anybody's really there, but I'm going to start some opener music.
You said you loved me. I can see through that. Lies, lies, lies. You left me hanging from a limb. You said you loved me, then you let me in. The Lord didn't give it to me. I can see it in your eyes. Lies, lies, lies. Thrill of playing with my mind. The Lord didn't give it to me. I can see it in your eyes. Lies, 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 lies. You told me that. You tried to tell me where it's at. You said you loved me. I can see through that. Lies, lies, lies.
Hey. Let's bring that all the way down. Hey, folks.
What's up?
Thank you for coming. Put this on the top. Bring the balloons up there. They stopped moving. Put the Goku. And, figure that's about set. Let's put that right in the middle so that everybody knows that they're welcome. So, hey, still kind of out of practice doing this in any sort of a structured way, so I'm not really going to worry too much about that. If you're here, you may know that I finished, or I just posted the last several pages of this webcomic Vatu today. What is it? It's a almost 1,300 page color graphic novel that I have made myself since 2010, since I was 22 years old, and now it's done and out there, and I wanted to, I'm trying to make as much noise about it as possible, etc. So that's what we're here for. Last night I replayed the video essay about the process that I made like 9 months ago, and this night I am going to play 4 short appendices that I made to that video essay, sort of charting what it's like to be at various phases of the real ending. And I'm going to talk to a couple of people. And look, he's almost to scale in this room. Look at him. No, now he's huge. And then probably later in the evening, probably like 10 or so, I'm going to have Bangelope in the chat come on and help me walk through, looking through the fanzine that he has edited and organized. I'm quite excited about that. In the meantime, it looks like I had been trying to line up Carla Speed McNeil to be a guest this evening. They, author of Finder, a really great, extremely like long-term sort of anthropological science fiction comic. But it looks like they are not able to be here. Kel McDonald, however, in the chat currently, will be talking with me shortly. And, you know, it's going to go great. This shit's exhausting, man. Well, I'm going to go right into one of the appendices. These don't really have a party vibe, I got to say. They're kind of just me talking. This is an extremely Evan talking a lot type of an evening, and it's it's a little obnoxious. But you know, not a lot of people make and finish a big thing like this, so I figure I wanted to get down my thoughts about it. This first one was from let's see, June of this year. I recorded this immediately after finishing the whole climax sequence. That is to say, the whole bit involving the bridge and the throne room. You know the sequence. Later on in this show, later on in this evening, the ending moment of the comic will probably be a little bit spoiled for your information. but I don't think quite yet. And I haven't really talked about it in very much detail anywhere. I put it out there. I'd heard from 3 people about it before I put it up today. Yeah. Will you be talking about third voice at all? See, I like these questions because then I don't have to think very hard about what I'm going to say. Well, as I said, I'm not thinking very hard about what I'm going to say, so I'm open to talking about it. But first, this is about 10 minutes long. It's from, as I said, June, I believe. It's the Vatu video essay, appendix 1. I believe, there's a lot of like wind interference because I, at this point, did not have a windscreen on my little recorder device, or the little recorder device I'm indefinitely borrowing from a friend. So, you're just going to have to deal with that. All right. I'll be back in a minute. It's May something, 5th, as I record this, and I just finished coloring this enormous sequence that is, I guess, the big ending turning point for Vatu. So I wanted to record a bunch of my thoughts about that while it's still in my head where I'm at, you know. Starting around page 1130, there's this extremely long series of scenes of Vatu traveling north through the town and sort of revisiting and recontextualizing these places that have been significant throughout the preceding 1,000 pages. And then around 1175 starts this dense and very time-consuming to draw, like, battle sequence and taking of the tower sequence. I had something like that in my head from the start. I knew that this whole story would come together in some way like that a long time ago, but it was difficult to see exactly how all the pieces would connect, and also how to render it clearly and believably, everything that's happening, and how these sorts of big personal and ideological ideas in the story come together using the stuff of, I guess, a fantasy battle. I grew up kind of with Lord of the Rings and with a lot of secondary world fantasy of that sort that is seems very married to this idea of of warfare as the big totalizing, like, consummating material of an invented setting. That's in my head too, as much as I don't like that as the only thing that this sort of story seems to ever be used to do. Structurally, that's a lot of what's going on here at this part in Vatu. But past a certain point, that isn't what the comic has tended to be about, and it isn't really where a lot of my interest lies in big, impressive, triumphalist violence. This is maybe another of the many ways in which I'm seeing myself a little bit blocked in to certain ways of approaching this comic by the ideas I had about it and the interests that I had in my early 20s. I have loved working with these ideas and sort of being at odds with them and trying to express different dimensions of them throughout the process of working on Vatu. So that's a little of what I've tried to do here. there is a triumphalist read of the battle on the bridge that I think Vatu herself is kind of self-consciously attempting to embody. But I'm trying to remember it. I'm trying to render it in ways that are more focused on character experience and the story's persistent ideas of identity and the power of violence. Vatu being injured and not really having any big vindicating moment of cool violence was an idea very late in writing that I'm happy with. Sort of, I don't know, undercut or introduce some irony into the triumphalist reading. Who knows if that works? For all of that sort of big picture thinking, the vast majority of the work here has just been very dense, very like technical drawing, as well as I could manage. The whole 50-ish page sequence of the battle in the throne room is far and away the most demanding work in comics that I've ever done. Throughout all of it, I was, I guess, relieved to be so motivated. Like the fact of everything coming together and the weight of 12 years of this project and of my life helped it remain very exciting to work on. I guess throughout most of the past year, thank God, because I don't know if I could have done. I don't think I could have done this if I was phoning it in any way. Maybe that sounds self-aggrandizing. But I kind of think that interest is the most powerful force available to us. So in this big sort of battle sequence, I had these different forces, big crowds of matching figures that I tried to design for clarity and distinctness, with Vatu's force being allowed to be the one that's aesthetically disorganized. I had this set, the area of Old Town right around the bridge, that I desperately hope had been shown up. That I desperately hope had shown up enough in the comic up to that point to be recognizable and understandable. Either way, I thought it was important to keep it all very clean and legible. There's a bridge. On the other side of it is the Emperor's Tower. Some people are trying to stop other people from crossing the bridge, etc. I tried to keep the geometry clear and the angles, the sort of point of view angles, pretty consistent, so it could be understood what all of the parts of this process actually were. It took me a while. It's not a type of thinking or storytelling that I was very used to doing, so it took me a while to sort of figure out how to, nail down and make clear and iconic all the various steps of that in a way that could be understood and articulated mostly through the medium of drawings of little crowds of figures. So anyway, that's the big moment. A big moment. That's a turning point. I still have more of this comic to draw at this point. This will go up as soon as I've posted page 1225. But that big trajectory to the tower was absolutely central to my conception of this story in 2009, 2010. And maybe only 3 or 4 other people on Earth have known how it was going to happen until now. And there it is. I hope you like it. I'm looking forward to you being here for the rest of this story. September, I think it's done in September, but I don't think it's totally nailed down at this point. Thank you. I should have checked. I should have made a good background music mix to talk over. Bed music. So that's some thinking I did several months ago about this thing. God, I was thinking so hard about this fucking comic, and now I just don't have to anymore. now I'm just fucking tired of it. I mean, I'm happy with it, but it doesn't matter if I'm happy with it because I am frantically, like, I'm looking forward to thinking about other stuff. That was, there's like this park, this weird little almost park next to one of the new big developments, like sort of near downtown Brooklyn, and that was next door to a big under construction area, basically. Y'all are so sweet in this chat. Thank you, guys. I really feel like there were specific things I wanted to respond to, but I of course forgot them. Man, it is a fucking wild having like knowing what the big the big turn, like knowing what the thing builds to for 12 years and then like having no way of telling anybody other than just making it and I don't know, fucking pretty fun. I'm very happy I'm able to do this. Yeah, Kel has been there. We're going to talk about that in a bit, I suppose. Here's a thing that was just brought to my attention by Bangelope in the chat. Let's see, do I have like 5 minutes of filler talk to talk over this? This is a video that he happened to record from a few months before I started the comic in 2010. I had kind of forgotten about this in this weird like interstitial period of my life after college. I used to do some like live streaming with my laptop camera. It's been a while since I've had a computer that could manage doing something like that, but I would love to get a new laptop and do this again because I'm going to keep drawing with physical tools. But anyway, this is streamed from somewhere several months before I started the comic, where I like announced what Vatu would be and drew this like, this is what the main character is going to be. At this point, she was he, and a lot of it took me a while to nail down a lot of the big structural stuff, but mostly it looks like she ended up looking. God. Yeah, laptop camera and somewhat compressed, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about this video stuff. Like it's I have this feeling a lot lately that like comics and drawing are sort of a little too slow or a little culturally obsolete or something, and I want to incorporate more of a video or a multimedia presence in what I'm doing in comics. That's part of why I've been trying to do these video essay things. And for the next big comic, I want to like really push kind of a video angle. I mean, it's still a comic, but I want to be more conversant in making like video material and having it be present as like a thing that you can watch parts of. I don't really have that idea very nailed down. Homestuck has been a thing I've been thinking about a lot in connection with that. I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want to make something that's dependent on the multimedia aspect, like, you know, a comic with animation in it or a comic with music in it. But I want a suggestion, or I want more of a multimedia space for the comic to exist within. You know, I don't know. This isn't something I should talk about in public. I'm just working through that a little bit. All right. Did it freeze up? Well, I can't change the screen until this is over, so I have to talk about stuff for the next, 3 minutes. Thank you guys for coming so much. Let me read these things. I just finished the link from Facebook. It's scrolling too fast. Stop talking. Thank you, Hamik-Aid. I appreciate. The shift to video as a widely accessible medium was not something I anticipated, or not something I guessed would happen. If I can get inexpensive gear to record and share. Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's been a pretty striking change. And I still kind of hate it. Or I hate the way that streamed video has become such a big thing. I love downloading an MP4 of a movie and not having my computer start chugging when it plays the whole thing, but you know, it's so much just power and constant like high bandwidth connectivity that you need to play any quality anything streamed that's just not available to a lot of people. I don't know, it just seems like I don't like it. And I will be vindicated, I'm sure. What are we doing now? What made you want to set so many of your stories in the same world? I feel ambivalently about that now, but I wanted to make up how everything looked, and I didn't want to be constrained. You know, I was thinking when I started Rice Boy that a human-shaped person is such a weird kind of arbitrary. You know, I understand why people are shaped like people, but it's it's a little bit of a very specific, arbitrary way for a character to look, you know? So why not just make up everything? And then in continuing, I was like, well, it would be silly or wrong to make up another milieu in which there's all these weird creatures, so I might as well just keep building on this one. And part of the feeling was the nerd feeling of okay, I want to explore and expand all these spaces that are implied by Rice Boy. But a lot of it was just a kind of, I don't know, I had this feeling a lot that I don't have anymore of kind of embarrassment or shying away from doing the same thing too much. I'm trying to always put him on the ground so he can be in the scene, you see. I love that. I love that for him. I know that I have certain creative tendencies, and I was sort of nervous about what if people point out that this thing in this story is just like this other story? What if I get pigeonholed and I'm just doing the same thing forever? But now, because I'm, I guess, exactly middle-aged, I turned 35 in exactly 1 week, or 8 days. I mean, I know what I like, you know, and I know the ways that I can productively move in new directions, but there are things that I just love and want to keep returning to. That sort of thing. I mean, isn't it, I don't know, opinions vary about middle age, I guess. I know that in Dante's Inferno, he's 35 and he says he's in the middle of his age, but that's sort of a weird mythologized look hanging out in the studio. Has there been any interest in adapting Vatu to another medium? I think it could work great in stop motion animated series. The character design would lend itself really well to that. Would be cool. I only in the past couple of years, I think kind of firmly only after conventions started, after the start of COVID, like I think I've done three conventions since 2019. And a lot of people say that to me now. I think because there's been kind of a ramp up in like the specificity and the sorts of things that are adapted, but I don't have any connection to that world, and I know that I would lose my mind expending any effort thinking or worrying about that stuff, so I shan't. But what was I saying? Yeah, but it would be cool, and I'm cheap, so whatever. But I don't have the readership or the demonstrable sort of impact for the stuff that I do to be of interest to that industry, I don't think. Let comics be comics, sure, but it would be cool, I mean, I love the medium comics myself, but it would be cool. Yeah, I feel all that. I feel that ambivalence about it. We're gonna watch another. We're gonna watch another. Struggling to talk here. We're gonna watch another little appendix. How long is this one? Let's see. 1 second. This one's also about 10 minutes. All right. Even Bone can't get a decent and timely adaptation. Well, Jeff Smith has been trying to be really involved and have integrity and creative investment in that adaptation, obviously to his credit, which I probably would not do. I don't give a shit. The comic's done. If there's a really shitty adaptation and it makes people want to read the comic, if it increases the noise about the comic, I think I'm fine with that. Shouldn't say that out loud. Here we go. This is another appendix from, somewhat later. I'll pop up a little thing in the corner that will tell you exactly when. I'll talk to you in like 10 minutes. Hi. This is my second appendix section for the Making Vatu video essay project. I made the last appendix section after I'd finished drawing the whole climax thing. And since then, I have finished the thumbnails for the whole rest of the book. Here. It's all in there. Right? I've gone over it a couple times. It's 1,279 pages. The whole thing. I will not talk about the text, but I'm pretty happy with it, I guess. Hard to say. It's an ending. It's weird not having writing to do anymore. There's been a lot of like downtime throughout working on this where I've written far enough ahead, or I just wasn't engaged enough with the writing of the project where I could just sort of disengage from thinking about it in a writing way, and it just became this like thumbnailing and drawing more of a just technical process. But it's always been there as a thing that I can return to and think about, and a groove I can get back into, because I had the whole structure to some extent memorized, and now it's just not there anymore, and that's weird. Like I have done all of the writing that there is to do about it, and all these big structures that I made. I don't know, they're just done. I have like 30 some pages left to draw, and and then that's the whole thing. I don't know, it's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling. I'm having sort of like preliminary end of a big thing feelings. Um, like I can see in advance the sort of outlines of the critical and negative thoughts that I might eventually have about this project. I think in order to work on something for this long, maybe to work on anything at all, you have to like compartmentalize or sort of, I don't know, abstract yourself away from a lot of the negative thoughts that you might come up with about the thing. And I don't habitually, I don't talk about this stuff in any sort of like public, like any imposter syndrome stuff or any like negativity about what I'm working on in public really because it doesn't fit with how I'm trying to run my professional face. But there is a lot of that, and then I'm like, what happens when it's over and I don't have to like sort of fool myself into being totally positive about it? Uh, I feel confident that I can turn the negativity into just forward momentum because I don't tend to look back very hard at stuff that I've already done, I don't think. It's kind of like being in a this sounds bleaker than this sounds bad, but I don't mean it to be bad. It's kind of like being in a collapsing relationship. Like there's all these things that on some level you recognize as being problems, but you don't. You know, you have a mental stop on fully seeing the problems. That the stop evaporates after it's over, and then you can like assess it more clearly. It's a horribly bleak thing, but I don't know what to compare. You know, it's I don't know what to compare this to. Uh, it's just such a huge span of time doing like one thing. I don't know what to compare it to. I've been talking to my therapist a lot about like templates, like ways of things to compare myself and my life and how I'm seen and how I behave and what I'm doing, things to compare those things to in order to understand them better, which is I think something that I've always struggled with. And um, as I'm like confronting the fact of myself being at an age that I remember myself considering old or like a fully established adult, that problem I have with that is sort of becoming more clear to me. Um, so I don't know how to like assess myself, and I don't really know how to assess the work that I'm doing. This is related. I wrote all this down. I'm kind of rambling. There's aspects of Vatu and the work that I do in comics that I compare to other works, to other work, and to other artists' relationships to their work. But now I'm like 16 years into a career in an industry that's been so unusually volatile and shifting for its entire existence, that is comics in America, that I fully don't know how to assess where I'm at and what I'm doing and what I'm going to be doing, or like what people doing this tend to do at my age, what I can expect to be doing in 10 years if I'm still able to do this, you know. What it means to make something like this and how to like project forward, you know. Like everything else in my life, I imagine I will just um, defer thinking about that too hard in favor of just diving in more and more to obsessive creative work. Uh, on some level, on some level that has always worked and will continue to. We'll see. At the same time as all of that thinking, I'm trying to ramp up a promotional effort for the ending of the comic as much as I can manage. I'm getting together like a more well constructed little press kit than I ever have before, and sending stuff out to a bunch of pop culture outlets. Unfortunately, the whole middle of pop culture news sites has been kind of obliterated over the past several years. Um, so most sites that are about comics are basically just like Marvel movie press release places. That's how it is. I don't know. I do like making work in a sort of grimy and marginal part of pop culture, and I've always kind of liked that. Um, but it would be great if this thing had more of a footprint. Seems like maybe in a lot of ways the window in which I talked about this some in the video essay, but the window in which like an individual doing a big thing like this could like gain traction or be novel, kind of closed, and maybe it's less remarkable or something. Um, Lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Yeah, I just want I just want there to be more noise about this thing, I guess. And I have given up feeling uh, self-conscious or neurotic about self-promotion. I just want to fucking do it. You know, 12 years of my life. I want people to fucking talk about this thing for a couple days. Um, and you know, Vatu's been a fundamental engine of how I uh, have been able to make a living, and I have an audience that seems to really get what I'm going for, and I tremendously appreciate that. But I just want it. I just want to make it as big a thing as possible when it ends, basically. Part of that is I think I've nailed this down at this point. And in the near future, I'm going to start formally announcing it. But the ending date is going to be Monday, September 12th. The whole thing is 1279 pages, and the last several pages will go up on that day. That's probably how it's going to work. I think that's the day, though. I mean, I can manage that. I'm going to have a rap party, sort of, on Twitch that night, I think. Some big event. I'll probably replay all the video essay material and just like hang out and talk. What else do you do? Um, I'm aiming also to launch the crowdfunding campaign for the fourth and final print book of Vatu exactly on that day also, or shortly before. Um, and a new print, like just some sort of merchandisey stuff, maybe. That's also the Monday before the Small Press Expo in DC, which is like the biggest independent comics event in the country, probably. Um, so maybe there's some way of, I don't know, having those things, having that be related. I don't know. At least it'll be fun, and it'll be fun to be there with this project done. Um, okay, sorry, a little rambly. Uh, this has been the second appendix. I'll do at least one more, and I'd like this sort of verbal thing to be a part of how I think about comics and interface with readers more in the future. More on that eventually. Um, Thank you. Goodbye. We're going to do the ambiguity program backing. A couple things I wanted to say before I attempt to get Kel on the stream, which who knows if that's a technological hurdle I can I can clear. I had forgotten that I talked about. Can you hear me all right? I had forgotten if I. The mic is buzzing. Is the mic buzzing? Okay, I think I have to restart it. Check. Tell me, how's that? How's that sound? Much better? Good. Okay. Great, even. Nice. Much better. Fixed it. Better. Very good. That's much better. A+. Wow. As I was saying, the Rover Hendricks joke has been described by the show's writers as one of the worst jokes in The Simpsons history. I had forgotten in that I had talked in that little chunk about this press release promo sequence a couple months ago when I nailed down the pagination and the end date, that being today. I really tried to get a press kit together and all these new little assets and everything, and endeavored to find every single person that I could possibly, every single news outlet that I could possibly send it to, and I believe one of them mentioned it. I think one of over 50. But I mean, I feel really great and excited about how much noise there has been about it, just from people that read the thing, That's what it's always, that's the engine, I like connecting with real individual people, and I'm excited about that, and I feel like that's where the momentum is. So thank y'all. Anyway, I don't mean to frame that as complainy, of course. Okay, I'm going to try to... Kel, are you in the chat? Could you tell me? Does everybody know Kel McDonald? They do... well, they may still be known primarily for doing Sorcery 101. Okay, Kel, I'm going to call you, and you may be immediately on the air, just so you know. Don't say anything rude. Everybody give me a second to cope with my obnoxious soundboard and headphone splitter and ephemera. Okay. It might just... We'll see how this goes.
Hello, Evan.
Hey. Okay, can the stream hear both of us?
I hope so.
It seems that way. All right.
Cool.
Say something?
Hi. I'm Kel McDonald. I make comics about gay werewolves in the future now at kelmcdonald.com.
Great. Okay. It works. Look at that. I'm sorry.
Yay!
This has been a real technological hurdle for me. Oh, man. How's life? We started doing a very similar thing at a very similar time. So I thought it would be interesting. I mean, we've talked around every possible dimension about this stuff probably over the years, but it would be interesting to talk through.
So Sorcery 101 was more episodic than Vatu. So Vatu's definitely like a bigger undertaking. And I feel like Sorcery 101 had more like TV style structure, and that like these littler stories build into something bigger. But now I'm working on You Are the Chosen One, and that is more similar to Vatu in that it is one big thing, and you need to start at the beginning, and it all has to build up.
Yeah.
Now I'm sitting on that 4, 5, 10 years from now, cool things will happen that I can't tell people about.
It's a beautiful feeling, though. I mean, having the sort of confidence in your ability to do it, and in the space that you have to do it, to like know that you'll be able to get there. I mean, I do love that.
Yeah. It is fun to know exactly what you're going to do every day. Like, as someone who likes to have a plan, it's reassuring.
Kel's volume is a bit loud, they're saying.
Okay.
Kel does not have enough of an obnoxious echo effect, they're saying. I turned them down a little, maybe that works. So I've been thinking a lot about like serialization.
Yeah.
You said that about sort of a TV show format. I think that there's I like that about Sorcery 101 last that I read it. Like there's a real sort of puzzle challenge to that sort of writing that I have not really wrapped my head around, like having these nested story things. I love that.
I feel like, at least because Sorcery 101 was also my first comic, I feel like the pacing is super uneven because I did that. Like, it takes a really long time to get to the big plot in Sorcery 101. Probably longer than it should.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that was, who's going to... of course it's going to be uneven, the first big thing you try to do.
Yeah.
But I've been thinking about that serialization thing because, like, I ever since, like, Rice Boy, like, the first big serious thing that I did, I was so enamored with, like, the graphic novel, like, the big, polished, cohesive thing, and there was this whole idea about that being, like, I think we talked about this in the Iron Circus podcast, but, like, there's this idea about that being, like, the big ascendant literary form or whatever. So I was trying to do that, and I'm still with Vatu. I was trying to do that, and I wasn't ever taking serialization seriously. I feel like so there's just all these little pages that don't amount to much on their own, and it makes.
I love those pages, though. Yeah, I love those pages, though. I feel like a lot of problems with current graphic novels, at least one-shots, I always feel like they're kind of rushed because everyone tries to shove in the entire story into like 200 pages. And I kind of wish people let stuff breathe more.
I have had that feeling a lot.
Yeah.
I have had that feeling a lot. I feel like we don't... I feel like we've kind of digested graphic novels as a form wrong or like incompletely.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of my favorite comics are mangas that are 7 volumes long, which is actually about the length of Vatu, so you're doing something right. I feel like that's, in my head, the sweet spot of what I want from a comic's length. Like, 1,000 pages-ish feels like you can really dig into a topic.
Yeah, you can do something like a novel, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hesitant to... I mean, that's kind of my taste, too, but I'm hesitant to say that too broadly, because the thing to me is, like, there is such a thing as ideal and cohesive 200-page graphic novel, but it's not a novel. You know, it's a short story.
Yeah,
that
it's a
gives you room
short
to
story.
live.
Yeah.
And I love it when that's done, and it can be done. But if you're trying to do something that's like on the scale of a novel, just because it's called a graphic novel, that doesn't mean that, you know, you can fit it in the same number of pages or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling too. I get really frustrated with a lot of direct market comics that want volume 1 to be self-contained but also set up a series. I feel like because of that, volume 1 is always the worst volume in a lot of direct market mainstream comic series.
Yeah. No, I feel that, absolutely. Man, a lot of people in the chat talking about this thing. You know what I want to do? I just got this, what's it called? Windscreen for my little portable microphone thing that I'm all excited about. I want to start talking to people at comic conventions and make it kind of a podcast. Talk through this stuff
That's why Joe and I have been Twitch streaming every Wednesday while I drove. We just talk about whatever the fuck storytelling, usually on Wednesday evenings. We mention whatever media we're consuming and then dig into what it's doing creatively. And
I hardly ever watch anybody's. I should watch that. So tell them tell them how to find you.
My twitch.tv/Kel McDonald is where I stream every on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So a little late, but it's our after dinner cool down. And it's me and my pal Joe. I've known Joe since I went to college with them, and we have made 2 comic books together, and we got a lot of opinions.
Do you sorry, I'm adjusting my situation here. Do you record it or structure it in any sort of a way?
We don't really structure it, and we have both agreed that we're not preserving it for posterity. We want it. Twitch auto deletes it every 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, and we're that's good. Someone can catch it, but then if we say something that is problematic in 5 years, there's no record of it.
Yeah.
Or also if our opinions change, because the thing we're making, Sorcery 101 at least, that was 12 years, and I felt like a different person by the time it finished.
So, sorry, you worked on that for 12 years?
Yeah.
God, uncanny, that's the same amount of time. Hilarious.
Yeah.
I did not remember that.
Yeah, it started in 2005, and then it ended in 2017.
So how old were you starting it?
18.
Damn. Yeah, that's wild, because, I felt sort of beholden to very young person interests and aesthetics starting Vatu at 22, but I can't imagine if I had committed to something like that at 18, man.
Yeah, and I'm finishing it at 30, and I have entirely different opinions on things. I did the Stone King for Comixology and got interviewed about that, and they were like, hey, there's some class conflict in this, and is that to be topical? And I was like, no, class conflict is in all of my shit. It's just now intentional rather than unintentional. Because there's a little bit of it in Sorcery 101. I was just, vomiting feelings, though, rather than making a statement that is designed.
Yeah, that's at the reactive exploratory phase of one's life, I guess.
And
well, wait, I remember. So that was only fucking 5 years ago. Damn. I remember when you were finishing that, and it seemed like you. I don't know. What did that feel like?
Well, the problem with it is I had to redo the first 400 pages because I saved them in the wrong resolution for print.
Yeah.
So I was pretty sick of it by the time I was done, mostly because it's one thing to look back at work that you did when you were a child, and be like, oh, I have opinions that have changed. It's quite another to have to redo it, but you can't change it significantly because it will mess up what happens later. And so it's kind of like, I have to redo all of the poor pacing decisions that I made, all of the jokes that I don't think are funny anymore. And just, yeah.
That is fucking brutal.
Yes. And when Sorcery 101 finished, it was about 1,600 pages long. So between that and redoing the first 400 pages, I drew 2,000 pages of Sorcery 101.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Hey, well,
and
that's a real fucking accomplishment.
Yeah, that's why I tweeted at you, like, holding all those books at once and feeling like their weight and being like, I made this. It's a good feeling.
In the past, I can, like, academically understand that being a good feeling, but in the past, by the time I get, like, a book of the thing, I am kind of sick of it. I mean, like, I've been so frantically into working on Vatu and nailing as well as I can all these different ending parts for, like, a year and a half, and on top of working on it for all this time, that, like, I'm going to be just sick of thinking about it. I'm going to stop thinking. It's going to totally vanish from my head, and maybe I'll read it in, like, a year, and it'll be like somebody else made it. And by the time we're doing the...
You don't have to look at it. You just have to hold it and be like, I have completed a thing that is this heavy.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I will do that, I guess. We're doing the crowdfunding thing for the 4th book, and I'm gonna...
Yeah, I just got the hardcovers, so now I have all the hardcovers.
Oh, God bless you. I will. It will at least be nice to, like, see them all stacked together because they match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like when they match.
Yes, that's a good feeling.
What else do we talk about?
Well, so the other thing with Sorcery 101 is since I learned a lot while doing it, I kind of designed my current comic City Between, like, based off what I ended up hating about Sorcery 101 by the end of it. Like, so Sorcery 101 being one ginormous thing that someone has to read from beginning to end, the City Between is all 80-page stories. So while they're in the same setting, I can start and stop as I so choose, and it also can go on until I don't have ideas for it. And then I realized part of the reason why I like fantasy bullshit is because I could make it up. So City Between looks extremely different from the real world, whereas Sorcery 101, a lot of people didn't quite understand that it doesn't take place in the real world, because it doesn't look different enough. And so yeah, so that it's kind of, there's a lot of little decisions like that help me have more fun doing it. Also, it's not in color. I hate coloring.
Man, I don't know if I hate it or not. I think I have to figure out. I mean, I like a thing being colored, but I have to figure out a way to, like, do it in a less labor-intensive way or something. So City Between is formatted in all these short things. How do you find that? How do you find that affects the approach of readers? Like, because there's this compulsion that everybody has to, like, read the whole thing or whatever.
Yeah, so it helps with sales at conventions, because the thing with convention sales is people are always like, well, I need book 1. And City Between doesn't have numbers on the spine because there is no book 1. Just pick the one you want. They do sell all the volumes so far. Sell at about the same rate. And so I definitely succeeded in making it easy for people to jump in. and then they can go back and read the others if they really like one. So that was kind of by design, because I really like Discworld, and that's what Discworld does.
Yeah.
It has just pick one.
I like that. I like that approach. We have a raid. I only recently learned what that even is.
Yep.
From Bloodberry Tart. Welcome.
Hi, Bloodberry Tart. Welcome all of Bloodberry Tart's raiders.
I'm talking to Kel McDonald. Currently, Evan is talking with Kel McDonald. Yes, so a thing I've been thinking about, I've been reading a lot of like little bits of old monthlies. I've been reading downloaded torrents of, let's see, Chris Claremont's X-Men, and
that's great.
A bunch of individual issues, the individual self-published issues of Bone, and Cerebus, which I, of course, ideologically condemn, but etc.
Yeah.
And Finder. I've picked up a few issues of Finder back when.
Finder also does the thing where, as far as the collections go, you can kind of read them in any order.
Yeah.
So that's also partly what influenced City Between making that decision. Like.
What's really interesting to me, though, is reading like letter columns from these periods, from like decades past, and seeing variations on the same sorts of like nerd readership habits. Like, there's much, I guess, before like the internet and its attendant obsessive like archival qualities. It seems like there was a sort of more of an openness to coming into the middle of something and being confused and rolling with it than there is now.
And that's definitely because, like, there was no real reliable way to get the monthlies. Especially, like, there's not a comic shop in every town.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, comic shops, and with it, like, a reliable, regular way of getting every single issue, that's only, like, the late 70s that really started existing, you know? So, I don't know, it's such a fucking new, volatile medium, you know? I love that.
Yeah. I really like to read old letter columns, especially, like, there's, I forget what comic it is, but there's reader letters from George R.R. Martin.
Wow.
And one old Marvel comic, I forget which one, but that like made the rounds on the internet.
I think I saw that. That's adorable.
Yeah. And then when everyone was complaining about the new Star Wars movies, a thing that was making the rounds were letter columns to a sci-fi magazine after Empire Strikes Back came out, where people were like, well, Darth Vader's the villain, so he could be lying about being Luke's father, and like stuff like that, and like people being upset about The Empire Strikes Back, and it's just
the more
interesting.
Things change, man.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. I mean, they just sort of talk different because it's a few decades ago, but it's all still the same nerd bullshit.
Yeah. And there's definitely like that instinct to like over catalog and over explain stuff. And that is like a thing that I actively try to fight against. You
mean like in your own work you try to fight?
Yeah, like in Sorcery 101 I used to answer whatever reader questions people would give me. And like lore stuff that's not in the comic. And I felt like it killed reader discussion. And then also like the people that had been there longer and had read all the extra material sometimes would be jerks in the comments about like, well, Kel said this 3 years ago in a forum post.
Yeah, word of God stuff.
Yeah, and so, like, with City Between, like, I've gotten a few lore questions, and I've been like, if it's not in the comic, it's not canon yet. Like, that's, And I was like, I have an answer, but that answer doesn't count because I might change my mind.
Yeah. I mean, that you're advocating for a death of the author position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have that. I mean, it's exciting to like nail down all these details, and world building is like fun. Like it's a big motivating part of writing. So I have that impulse too, and I feel like I have been reacting so hard against it for so long that it's become like I've calcified into this just rigorous like death of the author guy. Like I hate to. People will ask me things about like what happens, and particularly writing the end of Vatu, like there's all these sorts of directions that things could go, and there's these ideas that I have about like, oh, if I were to like do a sequel, which I would not do, but like, all these different things could happen, or this or that could be objectively true within the world of the story, but there's nothing but the text, and I have to like, if I don't believe that, then I'll drive myself insane,
Yeah. And there's also, like, I get ideas that I think are interesting in theory, but, like, maybe I'll execute them poorly. Like, no one has done sorcery in City Between World, but I'm kind of like, I want sorcery to work because the caster believes it works. And that's fun in theory, but I don't know if I can execute that well in a way that the reader will understand.
So you're saying that you would feel compelled to explain it extra textually?
Yeah, probably.
Or just have somebody within the text really obnoxiously explain it,
Yeah.
I'm sure you could thread that needle.
Well, because the idea is that any sorcery rules would be the sorcerer tricking themselves into thinking these rules matter.
Uh-huh.
So it's much like comics.
Exactly. Or anything, or culture.
Yeah. What do words even mean?
Exactly. We've tricked ourselves into
thinking that words mean things.
That's a kind of a liberating thought.
Did you read the book Frindle as a kid?
No.
It's all about a kid that realizes that words only mean things because we all agree that they mean things. So he starts referring to his pen as a frindle, and he gets the entire class to only call pens frindles.
I think I do remember that. That I love that.
Yeah. But yeah. That's a great kids book. Letting kids know that nothing matters.
Make them all, what's the word, perspectivists?
Yeah.
Or whatever the opposite of objectivists is.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to change gears and go into an intermission.
Okay.
How do you feel about that, Kel? Thank you for coming
on. Yeah, it's great to be on. I love talking to you about comics. Let me know if you ever want to jump on Joe and I's Twitch.
Yeah, I do. I keep saying that I do, and then I forget to follow up in any sort of way, but I would love to.
Yeah, we do it over Discworld, so if you want to Twitch stream and chat with people, because this is the reason why we went with a Twitch stream and being live is podcasts you have to edit the audio. If it's live, then you don't got to edit shit.
I mean, only by convention do you have to edit podcasts. like Frindle.
Yes. It's only because we agreed. Yeah, so it also might be easier to talk to someone on, like, Discord or Skype or something rather than over the phone. I have no idea how you're getting me on your Twitch stream via the phone. Am I just on speakerphone, or...
Let me explain to you. This is, I love this shit. I have a physical soundboard that goes into my computer. I'm speaking into a mic that goes into the soundboard. I'm speaking simultaneously into the phone. The phone, the speaker out of the phone has a headphone splitter into it, one end of which is going into my ear, the other end of which is also going into the soundboard. So... it gives me very fine control of like both of our levels, and it makes it in a physical thing where it's not overloading my computer with more shit to worry about.
Oh, okay.
And it's easier to wrap my head around it if I can physicalize this stuff.
I use an app called Loopback, which just says take audio from Discord, put it on the streaming thing.
I mean, certainly that is more modern, less expensive, and less obnoxious. So, well, lovely to talk to you, Kel.
Yeah, lovely to talk to you too. Everyone go read my comics at kelmcdonald.com when you're done reading all of Vatu. Have a good one.
1L.
Yes. Also, werewolf.business redirects to my website.
I love it.
All right.
Okay, farewell. I'm hanging up on you now.
All right, bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay. Oh, man. It's hot in this room. Okay, that was Kel. How's everybody doing? I think we're going to go into an intermission now. I'm going to play the harder going music mix, featuring a lot of disco and what have you. And I'll be back in, let's say, 15 minutes. All right. I'm not going to be very active in the chat within those 15 minutes, but I'll be back. Okay, see ya.
Hey. Check. Can I talk over the music? Hey. Here, let's set this to loop. Did it restart it? God damn it.
Pardon my echo. Okay, I'm drunk, buddies. Sorry to say. I love this little soundboard, but it does not have enough goofy effects on it. There's like 3 different types of echo, but no fucking demon voice. I've always wanted a demon voice. I've always wanted a demon voice. I gotta, maybe y'all do not know, I for a while I was doing a practically weekly stream called the Ambiguity Program, wherein, that's too loud, huh? Wherein I played a bunch of weird cartoons for a couple hours, and then I got out of the habit. But like, this is going fairly well. I moved recently, so I felt like I couldn't wrap my head around doing it here, but I gotta get back into that. I really loved doing that. Yeah. I like just having excuses to fuck around in different mediums. Ooh, got an LPC mention in the chat. We got an LPC mention in the chat. What are we doing now, huh? How's it going? Were there questions I neglected to notice or answer? Ambiguity is how I found you. Wild to me that anybody here, this is something actually that I meant to talk about in the appendices and I never did, or even in that big essay I aired yesterday. Do you have any advice? I'll get to that in a second. Thank you. I was having this experience for the last several years, like when I would talk to people at comic conventions, because like everybody wants to tell you how they came to, the thing that they're into. If they, if you go up to like an artist, you want to, I understand the impulse. You want to tell them like how you found it, how long you've been reading it, and all that stuff. So it's kind of it's a common thing that people would tell me like how long they had been reading my comics and stuff when they talked to me at a comic convention. And it tended very long. Like I've been doing this stuff consistently at a pretty good clip for years and years, and it felt like the majority of people that I talked to started reading my stuff in like 2012 or earlier, which is like, of course I love that people stick with it and are into it and are interested in what I'm doing for that long. But it's weird to be like locked in I don't know, to be sort of out of date in that sort of way is what it feels like almost. So how does that? I don't mean to disparage. You know what I mean. But so I've been re-serializing Vatu on Webtoon for about exactly a year. I had timed it so that it would end today at the exact same day that the comic ended on my website. So like it all ends today. It all ended earlier today, and that was like a year, and there's this entirely new audience. It's not like enormous, but it really has been cool to like how all these people just find it according to whatever inscrutable search algorithms exist on that platform. And these people are all tend significantly younger than me, first of all, and then probably most of my audience generally. And their understanding of the medium is very different. Like, it's very informed by, I guess, the webtoon format, which I don't understand really. And they're like, I don't know. They're all engaging with it in really good faith, but you can sort of tell that they're not coming from the same premise. And I'm, as I mentioned earlier, to some backlash, I'm entering into some definition of middle age, so I can like feel the calcification beginning to happen in my brain, where like I'm identifying new things in the world, and I know that they're worse than they used to be, you know? And I can see myself, I can watch myself doing that, and I know that that's reactionary and lazy and often wrong. And so I don't know, I'm trying to engage with all this. I'm trying to understand where the medium is at and what all these fucking kids are doing with their webtoons and what have you. It's not really a complete thought. But you know, it's still comics. We're all doing comics and loving the medium, and it's an enormous number of eyeballs on comics on that platform, you know, and that's like something that has to be reckoned with and taken seriously and like respected, you know. Something that I feel justified in feeling has gotten worse is that the impulse to define your own space on the internet, to self-publish, to put something somewhere that's not beholden on this or that platform, this or that corporation, that impulse is rapidly vanishing and is kind of gone from people, you know, maybe 10 years younger than me. So that's frustrating. And probably I'm generalizing, but you know the trend that I mean. Okay, I got kind of sidetracked there. Okay, I got kind of sidetracked there. Give me just a second. Do you have any advice for people wanting to make comics? Oh, yeah, exactly. On that note, do you have any advice for people wanting to make comics or... I lost it. Anything you wish you knew before starting? In fact, I think that the appendix I'm going to play in a second, in a few minutes, touches on that a bit. When people ask me that generally lately for the past few years, I try to foreground like this scene has changed so dramatically much, and so much of what's sustainable about what I'm doing personally is because I came to it in a particular epoch. Is that how you pronounce that word? In a particular moment that categorically does not exist. So it's hard to really analogize how I came to where I'm at with what the internet and the medium and the industry is right now. But I still really do believe that doing the thing that you believe in and maintaining as much control of it as possible and making it as easy as possible to read, and, you know, conducting yourself in kind of honest but, you know, professional kind of a way is the best that you can fucking do. I mean, like, I try to, you know, I make this work that I care a lot about, and I feel like I was just thinking about this because I'm running this like Airsot's Kickstarter, this crowdfunding campaign run by Topatico, the webcomics merchandise distributor company that I have known forever, to print this book. In fact, the fourth and final Vatu book. If you're interested in buying it in print, now is the best possible time to pre-order it. But I was just thinking about this because I'm like, this thing is like going pretty well, and it's sort of piggybacking on the noise generated by the end of the comic. But I don't know. I'm trying to like not be too pushy or mercenary about it, and it's a relief that it's going fairly well. But like the fucking dream to me, the ideal space that I want to be in is that I'm like making these comics and really saying to people that I want people to just fucking read this thing for free and not pay me anything, and tell their friends if they want or whatever. I want to say that and mean it, and so far it's generally worked out for me to be able to say that and mean it and have enough of a percentage of the people reading it willing to buy a book or a bunch of expensive self-published books or whatever. Didn't quite put that as clearly as I meant to, but the engine, I'm trying to understand better and better. The engine is people reading the work and people being excited about the work, and people are excited about the work because I'm excited about it, and people are reading it because I try to make it extremely easy and free to read it. Before the internet, there was periodical publication, right? Like if you wanted to make a comic as an individual and have it be like really easy as easy as possible for people to read, then you serialize it and you sell it, you produce it and sell it really cheaply, and you distribute it according to all these channels that have been kind of volatile and weird throughout the history of the medium, and that's a much higher barrier because you have to put so much money into printing a periodical every month or however much to make it like affordable and to make it cheap enough that it becomes an easy thing for readers to keep up with. And so suffice to say, whatever the shape of the internet and whatever the platforms happen to be, it's a fucking miraculous time to be self-publishing, because whether you're on Webtoon or doing your own independent thing, it really doesn't fucking cost you anything, and there's a potential of connecting with a lot of people, and something like that. Yeah. Generally, make the thing that you believe in and make it easy to find, and in capital letters, know that any big platform like Webtoon or whatever on some level is your enemy, basically, to put too fine a point on it. Or any publisher, I love I legitimately do love the publishers that I work with, but they are incentivized to be my enemy, and I respect and admire that they, to my understanding, have resisted the temptation. That was fun. Rambling about that. There's so much fucking Polish beer in my new neighborhood. I moved recently, and I've been exploring there's like a local Polish beer distributor that distributes all these like $2 bottles of Polish beer to all the bodegas and everything. It fucking rocks. Speaking of websites, I was just on Boing Boing recently for the first time in a while. Even they have a fucking obnoxious pop-up thing, like all the big news sites. Boing Boing, like Gen X ass fucking anti-advertising website. Hilarious. Why has it all gotten so bad? I mean, I just like, I don't know. I'm redesigning my site. I got to stop talking and play another thing. I'm going to play another appendix. What's the plan here? I have 2 more whole appendices. This is going pretty long. Brian, do you want to talk at like 10:30? Is that too late? I forget what time I told you. Total silence until you answer. Thank you. Okay. We're going to watch appendix number 3, which is, I don't know, July or something? No, maybe not even that late. I don't know when it'll be. It'll be sometime soon. But, okay. This is appendix number 3. I think they get kind of longer. Hey, I'm in a different room now. I have recently moved. This is the third making Vatu video essay appendix. I'm going to talk. I mean, a lot of what I've been talking about in these has been sort of colliding with being at the end of this thing and how it's making me think really differently and kind of open my brain up to what I've been doing differently. But I, in particular, have been thinking a lot about like how should I have approached this thing in 2010, or what sorts of things would I have benefited by knowing. I don't want to build up like any regret narrative about it, and I don't think I'm really inclined to. But yeah, I don't know. I'm running into the end of it, and it's exciting. It's mostly an exciting feeling. First thing, I wish I had maintained more of an interest and grounding in comics as a medium. Vatu, I think, proceeds mostly out of interests in like, I guess like history and politics, and a lot of it is just trying to be a prose novel. Most of the stories that I have most connected with have been prose, and I was sort of frustrated at comics' inability to make something that felt like it was on the same order of scale and complexity as a prose novel. I think that was kind of a guiding principle for the entire book, and I never really thought about it. But I would like to, I mean, as I can think about like a life after this project, I've been kind of intensely reconnecting with comics as such, as a medium with its own particular strengths and its own history. And I want to, I don't know, internalize that more deeply instead of just slipping into thinking of comics as just the medium that's available to tell the story I want to tell. Second thing, more conscious engagement with scale and serialization. A lot of these are kind of abstract, and I don't exactly know how I would like actualize them, but I think it's, I don't know, that's how I operate. Just build up a bunch of abstractions until they emerge in some productive direction, hopefully. That recent intensification of interest in comics as such that I've had has also led me to think about how deeply serialization has been a part of the medium in its entire history and in all of the different, all of the different parts of the world in which it's become a firmly entrenched medium. This has made me kind of aware of how I came into the medium in the mid 2000s, very excited by a kind of ascendant new graphic novel form, and with it the implicit idea that the cohesive, not serialized story is the ultimate story and the better, more prestigious form for a story in comics to take. You can sort of see this transition, and it's just intensified in a lot of ways. You can sort of see this transition in like those those few big graphic novels that were out there and that were talked about before, as I remember it, before the medium took off in the particular way that it did in the mid-aughts and after. Like, look at people would talk about like Watchmen or Mouse as like the graphic novels you have to read, but those were initially serialized stories, and you buy the book of it, and there's this attitude, I think, that like you'll have to forgive the fact that this was initially serialized. Now it's a novel. There's an embarrassment about it, and there's this idea that it's better if it's not serialized. I think I'm exaggerating a little or generalizing a little. Where was I? Anyway, I'm becoming more aware of how particular the perspective, particular of a perspective that is, the perspective that valorizes the cohesive novel type comic book. So yeah, I'm always going to be excited about a big expansive story, I think. But I think I would have benefited from a more active engagement with serialization. Vatu was serialized online, but I always did it as just like a graphic novel, and these are the pages of it. And the individual units of it are kind of either incomprehensible or just totally insubstantial because I didn't foreground serialization in a way that I would like to. It's a problem I want to rectify. Third thing, more earnest engagement with fantasy. Vatu is very grounded and about character psychology and historical happenings. That is what it is, like essentially. But it's sad almost to have distanced myself from the flashier things offered by the traditions it's working in. And I give way less of a shit now about making something tacky or overly genre or over the top than I did when I started. Fourth thing, more room to move stylistically and conceptually. I was so concerned with consistency in narrative texture and in drawing style. And that is what Vatu is this like cohesive thing to the best of my ability. But it feels in retrospect like kind of locking myself into certain conventions and maybe stunting my approach to storytelling somehow. Also the question of setting, like it's claustrophobic almost to work with this one city for so long. Especially after sort of getting my footing in the medium, doing these rambling like quest narratives. But that is what, it is what it is. Last thing, better focus and confidence. Broadly. Vatu sometimes became a grind to work on. I was on autopilot sometimes, and I was often dividing my attention too much. A lot of that was materially necessary, I think, because, it makes sense to, I don't have a guarantee that I'll make a certain amount of money, and it makes sense to sort of diversify, or it apparently made sense. Fortunately, I am living a lot more cheaply now than I did then, I think. I wish I'd been able to take Vatu more seriously as the main thing more often, as like the engine that made every other thing in my career over that period possible. But it got done at least. Part of this also is that I think I'm wrapping my head around like confidence in something like this, not as just a belief that the thing will happen in exactly the way that I imagine, and that that it'll be done, and that it'll be great, and that I'll be able to sustain myself doing it, but just to operate like just to push forward with it as optimistically as possible. Not optimistic that you're going to land at the ultimate utopian conclusion, but just optimistic in that every step has to be a step forward. So just do the thing and take it seriously, have confidence in it, like believe that it could be something, and that you can do something that is yours and that was made from a place of real belief and honesty. Because I don't know, it's never gonna, if you set up an idea of success that's like an accomplishment of one specific thing that's often not even remotely in your control, then that just seems miserable to me. So all these things are like positive and negative things. As I said, Vatu is essentially defined by all of these kind of constricting circumstances, and it couldn't have existed any other way. This is how it existed. I could not have done it over any other time span, or without dividing my focus, or in any other way. I don't think. I mean, I didn't do it any other way, so I couldn't have done it any other way, right? It is what it is, and it could be nothing else. And I feel like one person making something like this that's this big, it's going to be constricted, it's going to be imperfect somehow. I don't talk about this very much. Well, I don't think that, like, people talk about like ideas, like you hold this idea in your heart, this perfect crystal, and then eventually you'll get to the point in your life or in your schedule where you can execute upon the idea. But it's not the same at 34 than it is at 22. And it should not be, because the work that you're doing is like a part of your life. You're living through the work. That's the beginning of a thought. I don't know. I'm happy with this thing. I'm at the point now. I have one scene left to draw and two scenes left to color. I have like 16. There's 16 pages left total to go up on the site. I'm arranging. I'm setting up like a couple of like streamed after party things at which I will air these previously Patreon only video essays. Not really a party vibe in these in these video essays, but whatever. I have moved recently. This is my new studio. I'll walk you around it in a second. And it's funny how all these things like line up, right? Near the end of this comic, I'm all of a sudden moved after a very long time, and I also might be getting a job once a week teaching a course in comics, which is hilarious and frankly unthinkable. But that's where we're at. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hey.
The teaching thing, it looks like may start to congeal in like literally almost a year. So no use talking about it yet. I think it would be really cool though. I mentioned the teaching thing briefly in that video. What are we talking about now? Let's see. Here's the rest of the stuff that I have to cram into an itinerary. Blue, absolutely. I would love to talk. I'm not entirely sure if it's happening, but contingent on that, I absolutely would love your perspective on that. Hi, Blue. Good to see you, kind of. I have one more appendix thing, which includes the time-lapse footage of drawing and coloring the entire last page of the comic. And then I am going to call Brian and go through this this fanzine, which I'm like kind of so I'm like I have like an I'm like so excited about, kind of, that I feel like embarrassed or like nervous. I had all this stuff I wanted to say about I wanted to broadly talk about the ending scene. But I don't really have anything handy to say about it. A lot of people were asking me, like, what about the dead from the beginning of the book? You forgot about them? But that sort of thing would just happen constantly. Like, if something takes so long to make, then people are constantly thinking you're forgetting about stuff. Not that I'm like too good to forget about things, but it just happens at a different scale, so you wouldn't know if I'd forgotten about it yet. But they had to be the end. I had that idea. I had the entire, basically almost verbatim, that entire last scene pretty cleanly in my head maybe 5 or 6 years ago, all at once on a walk through the park. I love I don't know, I really drilled into that idea. This is too much. This is revealing too much of my hand, but I drilled into that idea of like how do you define yourself? What is your identity? Harder and harder throughout the course of working on the thing, and it became a good way to talk about that. And I'm happy with that. I actually mistyped the first time I read it. Sari is there next to the campfire. Isn't there a fluter with the old... Hey, you're the first person to point that out. Fluter with the old priestess's mark. Yeah. The one with Sari's mark is older. I cannot nail anything down voice of God wise, as I said. But, well, it's fucking done. It's the whole thing. I think that they think of the name... No, that's me doing voice of God again. I imagine, if I were not the writer of the thing, I would imagine that they think of the name and the mark as the same object, different dimensions of the same object, They don't have... I mean, if they had the time and space, that would certainly develop into... a sort of technology of writing, right? Like it's a proto-writing thing, but I don't think it's as systematized as that. I mean, it's obviously not as systematized as that, but they definitely think of the name and the mark as the same thing. I believe, I don't know if I stuck to this perfectly, but there's something about like syllables corresponding to strokes in the marks. Something like that. Have you ever thought about how long the journey is? I don't know if that's nailed down in the text, so I don't know. Yeah, opening of the comic is okay, good. That's not voice of God. That is textual. Is that right? Continuous strokes for men and separate strokes for women? That might be something I just straight up abandoned. Although maybe maybe you could say that that's something that the different cultures have different attitudes towards. Man, I regret to tell you I have to pee, so I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, 27. It's funny thinking of her as an adult. Interactopia. I had a whole conceit about years being a different length earlier, but it just seems obnoxious, and it just seems like too much to do that. So for what it's worth, I think 27 is 27. We did not do the zine yet. I think here's the plan. Look. Here's the plan. Man, y'all are really chatting up a storm here. Any plans for a Vatu shirt? It seems like shirts don't really work for me. I could do one, I guess. Here's the plan. I'm gonna play the last appendix thing. If you're particularly sensitive to like spoilery stuff, this one does prominently include the last page of the comic, with including the last line of dialogue in the comic. I mean, it's not a sort of thing that I would give a shit about, but maybe you will. So you can just drop out for 15 minutes if so. We're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna call Bangelope, and we're gonna go through the fucking fanzine. Is that out there for download yet, or are you doing that contingent upon you doing that after we do it here. Okay, well, obviously at your discretion. I just want people to know when it's available. I don't think I ever did a Mark shirt. Well, that's a great idea. I should just do that. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Turin. I really appreciate it. I cannot even... You know, when I finish... Oh, God, I keep fucking rambling around. When I finished Rice Boy, it was all like emails, and I would have all... I had just endless emails of people being excited about the thing ending. And today it's been all like... It's been fucking everywhere. I've been getting people emailing me and all this Twitter stuff, and... It's too much to even fucking wrap my head around. That even all these people read it, let alone that many of them liked it. It's so... I just really appreciate so much that I'm able to do this shit. I'm now going to play the fourth and final video essay appendix thing. It's 13 minutes long. I'll be back. This is live, Evan, speaking to you. I'll be back in like 13 minutes. Here you go. Sometimes, hardly ever, I feel like I wish that I was more sentimental about things. Like I wish that it doesn't really feel like anything to be done with the thing. I'm just sort of want to do the next thing better. That's been the prevailing feeling. A lot of this I'm trying to like piece together how it felt a long time ago when I finished like Rice Boy and Order of Tales, back when it was like I had one big thing, like finishing the Island books because they were stacked with Vatu. It didn't feel as much like an end point, but yeah, I don't know. I have to like talk myself into having an emotional reaction to something like this. It is exciting. I mean, it's exciting to see people excited to read it. Exciting to think of it as a finished thing. But then there's all these like vertigo feelings of not really being the same person who I was when I started it, and it just encompassing this huge amount of time, and how I started with this idea that it was this I started the comic with this approach that like this is a concrete sort of cohesive object that I'm going to make over whatever period of time. But then it becomes it can't not become very not that, I think. It's kind of disorienting. I don't have to have in my head now the just obsessive, like at least performance of faith in it. Like I don't have to be blindly believing in it now. I can sort of begin to think about it differently and more with more clarity. Just like I know kind of the outlines of the ways in which it sucks and the ways in which I've failed, and the unevenness and the sort of laziness around certain aspects. I can see them. I've sort of either tried to compartmentalize that, or I don't know, intellectualize my way away from feeling frustrated with that, I guess. That's a weird trick, to be involved in the thing in such a way where you can see the problems with it but still move forward with it. I don't know, and I'm okay with it. I mean, because I know what it's like to make a thing like this, I guess, and I like seeing imperfect work from other people. I like seeing a person's particular and compromised perspective and ability and work ethic or whatever applied to something. That's the appeal of doing something by oneself like that to me, like this to me. That is the appeal. Yeah, I don't know. I used to be so married to this idea of making a thing in a perfect and uncompromised way, and I still want to get better. I still intend to take this and move forward with it. But how do you move forward with anything? I don't know. You have to move forward with your whole brain open, I guess, and see how it's imperfect, but see the value in moving forward with it anyway. Something like that. It's funny, making a thing, and making a thing so outside of any sort of infrastructure like this, the infrastructures that Vatu is a part of are kind of holdovers from a less institutionalized internet, kind of. And there's this feeling of I set up the parameters by which this thing would exist, and I tried to make it happen according to the goals and aesthetics that I chose to go for. And so it ends up just feeling like this thing that is kind of only significant in my head sometimes. I mean, it's surprising that people read it, because I just made this thing according to how I could and wanted to make it. And so it's hard to imagine that it exists outside of that kind of. Part of this is it was a really weird experience trying to go into a whole promo cycle with the end of this comic, trying to just sending out enormous numbers of press releases and just realizing that I don't know how to write one of those. I'm not clued into this or that little infrastructure, and it's very different than it was several years ago. And the scene in which I'm making this thing is just feels like vanishingly small. There's no real media that talks about it. This little it just doesn't it's wild how tiny it looks when it's my entire intellectual life is making this stuff and thinking about this stuff and working in this medium. Some of the currently biggest and loudest and most expensive bits of pop culture proceed out of the same medium, but the medium itself is I don't know, is it just functionally dead or obsolete or something? I don't know. I guess, comics has always been, it feels like it's always been kind of volatile and about to go extinct. It's not really that old as a form, as we think of it. All right, so I just went through and listened through and edited that last chunk of audio that ended just seconds ago. I recorded all of that, I believe, when I was walking around immediately after coloring, that is finishing the last page of this book. That last chunk feels a little solipsistic. Of course, I'm not just doing this in a vacuum. Yeah, I can set, I set up the way that I wanted to do it, and I accomplished it according to some version of the way that I set myself up to do it. But it can only fucking exist because people read it, and because like I have built a so-called career out of this stuff, and that's not a thing. That's not me. That's an audience. That's the engagement of my stuff with like a readership. That's, I don't know. I'm just like, it's kind of a big unusual project to be, started and finished. But that's not so much because like I did it and I should be proud of myself for doing it. It's that I got into it in this moment and it connected with people in a way that happened to make it feasible to keep doing it until it was done. Not a lot of times in the history of this medium, I feel like, has there been space for self-publishing like this, or like doing big, weird, indulgent things like that. And that's not so much because of the like vision and commitment of the artist doing it. It's because of, the spaces that are available and the means of connecting to an audience that gets what is being done. I have been emailing incessantly today with Jeffrey Rowland of Topatico, trying to nail down everything for this Kickstarter, pseudo Kickstarter, run by Topatico for the fourth and final print book of Vatu, and I'm tremendously grateful that he is accommodating my ridiculous self-imposed deadline of it all has to happen on the 12th. I haven't really been able to like stop. I haven't really been able to like be done with this thing. I am looking forward to having some sort of like clean break at some point in the future, but it's been a lot of administration work and a lot of sort of untethered feeling. But a big part of like how this is materially possible, as I was saying, is that like I'm not really self-publishing. I have like all these people and infrastructure that have been extremely gracious and helpful in making the books happen, and I don't know, I love it. It's a relief. It's exciting. I'm going to be sick of thinking and talking about Vatu and working on it pretty soon. The prevailing feeling is just sort of like running on empty, kind of burnt out almost. But I'm excited about not being constrained by it, and I'm excited about moving forward in some way where I'm jumping off of it but not beholden to it. Not an extremely momentous ending to the video essay project, but it's not a really dramatic process, I guess. You work on the thing and it's very quiet and kind of isolating, and in way more ways than you can expect. And you become a very weird person over the course of working on it for 12 years. And then it's done, and it's extremely exciting to hear from people about it, but it's still very quiet. And it's hard not to keep in mind that it's not really that big of a, it just it isn't that much space that you're taking up, and that it's not that loud of a thing, but I am happy with it. And I appreciate you being here. That's all. Bye. Hey. Okay, that's literally every single thought I can. This is really live. You can tell because there's a little live bug in the corner here. I made this for nothing. That's really every single thought I could have to say about making this thing. So, like a bug, like a little logo, a little icon, right? What was I gonna say? Okay, look.
Let's get serious.
Vatu's up for an Ignatz Award. That's an award named for the mouse from Crazy Cat, the best comic strip of all time. It's, I would say definitively the biggest United Statesian independent comics award. No, I would say probably the biggest North American thing, right? So anyway, if you like the comic, you should feel welcome, but not pressured, to request a ballot at the linked link, and it'll get to you whenever they get it to you. Yeah, you can vote from wherever you're at. It did already win one of these 8 fucking years ago, but it would be cool, because it's over. It's ending. It ended fucking 5 days before the show where they do the Ignatzes. Jesus, I can't believe I'm doing a comic convention this weekend. Okay, let me get my head on right here. Thank y'all for being here. We're well into hour 3. Bangelope, I'm going to call you in just a second. Again, please forgive the awkwardness of this process as we get our levels all right, and then we'll go through this zine, which is called Alluvium. I have not looked through this at all except for like the little opening matter a little bit. I'm very excited to see it. And I just wanted to say that like it's kind of an awkward way to look through the thing. Also, it's kind of low resolution. Like my stream here isn't very high resolution, so this is, I am going to look through it in a better way, and everyone else should too. It's free to download somewhere, I assume. And also, there's some stuff that's like text that I probably am not going to read on air, just because I can't like focus on a thing like that on air, and I apologize for that. But I am going to fucking read everything. I'm excited to see it all. Oh, okay. Brian just linked the thing in the chat. Oh man, cool. And I'm gonna, if it's okay with everybody, I'm gonna just like have that up on riceboy.com in perpetuity as like a bit of extra material in the Vatu index. Assuming that it all meets with my approval. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna attempt this phone call. Let me find your phone number. I can't find your phone number. Yeah, I'm literally using a phone. Is that fucked up? Come on. I have a... No, if I use any further shit on my computer, then it'll crash. And I have a soundboard. I can just plug shit into the soundboard. People have been doing this for decades. There's nothing wrong with doing it like this. I found your phone number. Thank you. Oof, I'm going to barely be able to hear you, I think.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, you're coming in, I believe. Everything good?
I hope so. I turned off the audio for this thing so it make a weird echo.
Okay, they can hear you fine in the stream, but
Loud
I
and clear.
personally cannot hear you too great, but that is not your fault, and I don't think there's anything that can be done about it, so I take back what I just said about my system being great and never obsolete. Hey, very nice to talk to you. I haven't Brian, I have known Brian for like many years.
I'll tell you. I got one of those like in this day memory things, and I think it was like Wizard World or something in like the late 2000s in Chicago, and I like had a picture in there. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that would have been 2000.
I looked a lot younger.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a weird way to fucking know people on my
Right.
behalf. Like I'm, like as like through the medium of like this stuff that I do. But
it's already weird enough that I'm like the person on the stream is calling me on the phone. That's strange. So.
No, it's just like a radio show. This is normal.
Yeah, this is I call radio show.
No, but it's very nice to talk to you. It's been a while.
Yeah. I'm glad, and congrats. Huge congratulations.
I really appreciate it, man.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Let's switch over to the other board, and I'm going to put up the cover of the thing.
Yes.
So I'm going to... I guess man, this is kind of an awkward setup, I gotta say. I'm going to just, like, go through this, and I don't know. Should I have all the contributors handy, or do you want to tell me?
So I suggest, or maybe for readers at home, viewers at home, open up that Tumblr link. I'll put it back in the chat again. There's like, so I didn't realize Tumblr had like text post like maximum length. So there's like 3 index posts, but they list all the page numbers and the names of the pieces and the artists. And so these will be little numbers in the corner. So if we're flipping through this as sort of like a slideshow, you can follow along at home. But also, yeah, if you open it up too, that's probably the easiest way.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
It's probably the easiest way to just like have the Tumblr open. Like, I would say on your phone, but I'm on. So.
You're on my phone. No, I have another.
Just find another rectangle to put information.
I have a what's it called? A laptop right here. What's it called? Vatu. What's
Vatu fanzine?
Vatu fanzine.
.tumblr.com.
.tumblr.
I hadn't settled on an actual title for it, but I knew it was going to be a Vatu fanzine, so that at least I could get.
Yeah.
And I hope the tweet went out right.
Okay, this is very handy. A nice little.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah. Well, I appreciate so much all this fucking. This is a lot of like organizational work, and you're presenting it in such a transparent way.
Well, I'll tell you, like when with the ending coming up, I was like, oh, I want to do something to celebrate this. But like I doodle, I do a little bit of art, but not anything at the caliber where it felt like anything I could make would be a sort of proper level of celebration.
Mm-hmm.
But what I do all the time for work is emails and spreadsheets. And what is a zine but quite a lot of spreadsheets and an unbelievable number of emails. So So I tried to rely on that strength. I like this, having the pages side by side there. Is this readable for folks? Can you like?
It is certain. I'm seeing it at the same resolution
Okay.
they're seeing it, and I can read it fairly well. I'm going to read through the little intro here. I'm not sure.
Go for it. Yes. Yeah, read it.
I'm not sure my approach to all this might be kind of awkward, but I've never done a thing like this, so whatever.
Nor have I. This is my first time organizing a zine. So also, I'm so glad that some of the folks who participated are in the chat. Like, if you notice a mistake that I made, because I absolutely have made some mistakes somewhere in here, please let me know, because I want to make sure that everyone is like properly credited and has like the links to their stuff, and like the art is so good. I want to make sure it's like showcased and credited properly.
The that cover there's so much fucking gravity to that.
Yes. I'll tell you. Yeah, the context on that one. So huge thank you to Bill King for that. Which you can get the 3D model if you want to print one of these yourself. If you have a 3D printer, you can print one of these crossing pieces to have as your very own. So that's exclusive digital content on the Tumblr. But took it down to the beach and just basically kept knocking it over with water until I got it to look good.
Oh, I love it. Okay, I'm going to read this really quick.
Yeah.
Let me give myself a little bit of a respectful echo. How's that sound?
I can't hear the
you can't tell, but the stream. Okay. Alluvium is a technical term referring to the material, usually dirt, clay, and the like, deposited by a river. The river, which we first meet as Atta, is central to Vatu's story. She is born alongside it, taken up it against her will, sheltered by its bridges and canals, lifted up to the tower at its nexus, and finally is guided home by its current. Jesus. The comic Vatu has been a river as well, running for the past dozen years. All of our reactions, theories, thoughts, and emotions were carried along with the epic tale that Evan Doms shared. This is... I'm embarrassed to read it. This is beautiful.
I'll keep going. Keep going.
The art that you're about to see is the alluvium that this river has delivered. I live in Chicago, another city shaped by a river, the land and the name taken from Potawatomi, Miami, and other indigenous peoples, its current residents living in segregated communities dominated by unbreakable shining spires. It's almost too on the nose, but Vatu's story naturally invites reflection. What is the Sata around you? What is your river? It's exhilarating to know that so many other people have been inspired by Vatu, creating such incredible pieces of art in an overwhelming variety of media and styles. I'm so lucky to have gotten the chance to collect it all in this zine. I hope I've done everyone's work justice. If you enjoy any of the art you see, please reach out and thank its creator. All of the work in this zine was created purely out of love for Vatu. Thank you for reading, and a tremendous thank you to Evadom. His stories and words are truly something special, etc. Beautiful, man.
Yeah.
I really am beautifully put. Oh my God.
I tried.
I'm like blushing.
I was worried that it was like, I don't know, like too pretentious. Or I don't know. It's just like, I wrote this after everyone's art had come in, and it's just like, it's hard not to be inspired by what everyone did. So.
Yeah. You cannot worry about that shit. Speaking as someone, as someone who has consciously leaned into it for years.
Right.
You just can't. Okay.
Yeah, jump in.
This is page 5, so a right-hand page.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you'll see these little numbers in the corner here. So these are the page numbers. This one should be on the left.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
The light and texture. Beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to have things to say, but I'm very...
no.
This is very fucking effective.
Just like the golden color in this, I just love.
Yeah. Man. This is like a watercolor thing.
I know.
Okay, this first one is Brendan B. Second one is Lindsay Moore,
Mm-hmm.
who actually bothered to render some detail in the grass, which I never did.
But all these little fiddly bits at the end of the grass, that's what I like. I like the seeds and stuff.
Yeah. They do kind of match those two.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should not talk about too much of it, but I tried to be a little bit intentional about the ordering of the pieces and how the spreads would work together.
Mm-hmm.
Although, but this piece right here, I'm putting a link in the chat. Putting a link in the
3,
chat.
so that's a right hand.
Please look at this one on the Tumblr because it's animation.
There's an animation?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at it. Wow, my God.
Right?
Can I download that? What format are animations on Tumblr?
There's a Vimeo link that might be a little bit more.
Can't do it on short notice. Really cool though. Look, please look at that on the link.
Yeah.
The fucking squash and stretch on the face. Beautiful.
Right? The eyes. I love and just you see the formation of Vatu's mark in the middle of the fire that just is like wisps there for just a moment.
Oh my God, looking again.
Right? Yeah, oh my God. Zoom out on that last panel. Or frame, I guess.
Zoom out.
Of just like no, zoom in, those eyes. I love a funny face. And Vatu's just googly eyes.
Cool. That was Sarah Talbot. This is Harry Hillman. All right. All right, we got a cool ass 4 pages in. All right.
It's a record.
Oh man.
That's a zine speedrun category.
Say again?
It's a zine speedrun category. How long it takes to get to the first cool ass.
This is First Friend by Claudia Chen.
Mm-hmm.
The rendering.
Yeah.
Ugh, I love.
I just like just the stars and the grass almost. I feel like has a bit of a celestial quality to it as well. You know.
Yeah. God, it's funny seeing like. I mean, it was so long since I drew that bit, but like I didn't ever like dwell in these spaces. I just sort of like plowed through and did the scene. It's nice seeing them sort of explored as like an atmospheric space.
Well, I feel like you can really tell it's like certain palettes or certain like spaces in the comic are the things that people are drawing out and pulling into their work here. It's I don't know. It's really cool.
This is Jonathan Ying, skilled in the manner of war men, perhaps, which I believe is a line.
Yeah, I forget exactly. I don't know if it was Maureen who said it or somebody.
Pretty dynamic.
Yeah, I know the motion in this is wonderful.
Good spot blacks. Pretty tight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Pretty tight.
And I had to put on the right, or else it'd be like they're attacking the next.
Oh, I love that. Well, I love that one. I got it.
Yeah.
Katie Gray, the sword is always there. I love all these like little high context little dialogue clips.
Right. Well, and I feel like this one especially, the title like recontextualizes a little bit because like this, the sword sitting at the root of the tree, like it doesn't draw your eye as much, but like I don't know, with that title it makes you sort of look back at it again.
Yeah. God, the fucking pace of the comic allows for no like vibing. There's no like chilling out moments, so it's so cool to see,
Right. Well, this scene is all vibes.
I imagine them chilling out. Oh my God, you showed me
That's for the Vatu OVA. Yeah. this one as well has special digital extra. If you are a fiber artist yourself, if that's the right term, if you want to crochet your own, with the spear and the cape also included at no extra cost, so it's all free.
That rocks.
Yeah, and it's like I don't know how tall things are. Maybe like 1.5 2 feet tall.
Oh
Sizable.
my God, that's huge.
Sizable. Yeah. Had a lot of fun going out and posing this one.
You photographed it?
Yeah.
Cool. That's
Yeah. This is a buddy of mine who's an amazing crocheter.
Okay. Cool.
And I sort of strong-armed it into participating.
That's Vatu Amigurumi Zach Paulson.
Mm-hmm.
And then 9 is I recognize this artist. God,
Yeah.
Beautiful, fucking
Right?
beautiful. Sorry, I understand flat art better, so I react to it stronger. Maybe. I've seen a couple other bits of fan art from this person's Salmon Row on Instagram. I don't know anything about them, but they just posted this these little drawings of the three of these guys playing on a Nintendo DS.
What? Oh, I did not see that.
Beautiful.
Oh my God.
Like it's they're more like I have such an objective way of drawing everything, so it's fun to see like cartooning applied to it, you know.
Right. And just
beautiful.
And just the shapes, like this, the triangles and the rectangles and the swirls and just the variety here.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just because it's like obviously it's such a particular moment from the story, but I don't know. I feel like the sort of abstractness of it brings it out a little bit. It's so nice.
Beautiful. That's
Yeah.
Swim Lessons.
Right.
by S. Rowe. Okay, I'm just gonna put up multiple at a time. Oh my God.
Right.
The vibes.
Right.
They really are, or arranged sort of by vibe, spread-wise.
Mm.
This is extremely intense. I appreciate there's an effort, I think, to like extrapolate from the visual style of the banners and everything that they wear.
Yeah, the sort of like tunic banner kind of
Make
thing.
it like
Yeah.
an icon. God.
Right. Yeah. This
is beautiful to me. Gave her a mouth, huh? I don't know about that.
Oh, there's some mouths.
Interesting.
Because which reminds me. Sorry, I should have held this entire conversation hostage. So what's the pierogi situation?
Oh yeah. Seems good. I haven't explored that terribly much. I'm kind of just habitually more interested in the cheap beer situation than I am the pierogi situation.
I'll tell you what goes great with cheap beer. It's pierogi.
You know, that's a good point.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure it's great. I have had a couple that a friend of mine got like delivery.
Nice.
I'm excited to explore more. You know. The
Excellent.
Yeah, the lighting in this impeccable. Love it.
Right. Yeah, I mean this has that like anime opening vibe that I love.
It does. Oh, that's the same one, huh? It does. Oh, I'm losing my place. Okay, wait. Is that the one? Okay, 16.
Yeah. I've lost.
Oh, I didn't name that one, did I? Those were.
I don't think you did.
Weight of the Blade by Jazafres and The Distant Storm by Sarah Rook Sellers.
Yes.
These two are An Act of Generosity by Haley Smith and The Toy Maker by Alice Tirard. God.
Yeah.
Great. I put them in the wrong order. Oh, I like the expressive sort of liney stuff.
Right. This is just pure kabosh. Love it.
This little
mouth.
This little dumbass expression.
Right. he's just fun from every angle.
Yeah. Enormous fucking gravity.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
I suppose that's kind of a punny thing to say, almost. That fucking. That's a banger, I gotta say.
Right. And this is definitely one, like, make sure your screen is calibrated, because there's so much wonderful detail. Like, I'm not sure how it's coming through on the stream, but like in the curtains, in Jaden's expression, like the clothing and stuff. So, yeah, it's great. So good.
I cannot believe that people made all this shit. Why did they do that?
Right? Right?
I have never. I cannot believe that people made this shit. Jesus Christ.
And we're at what? We're now.
We're 1/3 of the way, or
1/3,
something.
barely a third.
Okay, we're going in the opposite order. Did I read those? Yes. Okay, this is on the left.
I think we've flipped it around a little bit. Because I think the unweight one should have gone with Janan. That's all right.
Hang on.
I'm on the left. Do I know how numbering?
The last two were Act of Generosity by Haley Smith and Toy Maker by Alice Tirard.
Yeah, so I think Toy Maker was meant to go as Properties of Unweight. 13 and 14. That's okay. It's all
am I attributing the names correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, that's my priority here.
Yeah.
These are The Properties of Unweight by Toby Boyd and Balance and Current by Piri Hutanen.
Mm-hmm.
Not totally sure how to pronounce, sorry.
And honestly, with both of these, just like the reinterpretations in two totally orthogonal directions of like how the characters look.
They are very different directions. Okay, we're looking at this first. I'm sorry I have a kind of low resolution here to fit on the screen, but
this is definitely one to check out on the Tumblr too, just to get some of this detail. I'm assuming, is this pencil? I really should have asked more from folks about like.
It definitely is tradition. I mean, physical media, right? Jesus Christ, look at that!
Right. I guess when I'm saying Kadosh is cute from every angle, this is a counterpoint to that. Or still cute.
It's grotesque, though, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oof, love it.
Cute in the manner of Grish, perhaps.
And this is a...
yes.
A powerfully cute object, I would say.
Oh, my God.
In their little... that little space that I never really bothered to architecturally nail down or explain within the comic.
It's in the ceiling. It's in the ceiling.
Yeah, certainly it is at least within the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, just the absolute cutest illegal hideaway.
I love it.
Doing adorable signs. Yes. This is from Vatu Babies. This is a preview of Evan's next work.
Ooh, that's fucking slick. Okay, maybe I will read these. I will have to...
Oh, yeah. If you want to get...
I will have to... I'm not sure. This is...
I have no idea how readable this is.
The color treatment here is really smart, I think.
Oh, I mean, this is the movie poster,
Say that again?
This is like the movie poster.
Yeah. This is... Do You Know the River by Julianne Jam Munoz.
Incredible.
Very smart color in that. Ooh, I love Junti's some different costume work. I love it.
Right?
I like seeing people sort of riff, Well,
and I like the fish turning into the unweighed flowers.
Yeah, wild. Okay, here's the thing. I downscaled all these to fit onto the screen, the stream scale.
I'll link this in the chat.
But I do have the higher resolution handy, so this is just 2 pages. I'll just read it.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Brian? Is this obnoxious? Are you happy being here?
I love this. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun.
Is everybody else happy being here? I kind of haven't looked at the chat at all.
I haven't looked at the chat either. This is a lot. How do you do this? This is a lot to handle.
It's a lot to keep track of. It's fun, though. I mean, I'm having fun.
Yeah, so I posted a link for folks who might want to read this as text that they can make larger.
Okay, I'm somewhat nervous about reading it.
You have to do voices too, also.
I don't think I can do that. Look, it's going to get read out loud, and
Should we both do you want, like, we can split this up? I can do the quoted parts, you can do the narration.
oh shit. Yeah, okay, let's do
Make
that.
this, yeah.
I'll do narration. You do anything in quotes.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Catching Fish. Oh, okay, I'm getting a credit. Catching Fish by Mags D. Sextus watches the water of the Gran Tarsha Taria Ata as the boat rocks in the current, held in place by the flimsy little anchor he'd tossed down hours before. The only real difference between fishing now and fishing before the revolution was that he wasn't at risk of getting arrested by imperial guards for straying outside his station. That and the view of the blown-to-bits imperial tower. Now that was magnificent. Speaking of fish and getting yelled at by guards, a familiar face bobs up in the water, gripping her catch and hauling herself over the side of the boat. Letting her tail drape over the edge, Keshu shakes the fish off her spear and into the steadily filling bucket.
Nice.
Sextus remarks, grinning.
That one. I'd eat it myself if it didn't fetch us a fine platter. Of course it's nice.
Keshu snorts.
How long have you known me?
She leans over the edge of the boat, scanning the water.
Hang on. How much do you want to bet on where Fowler will pop up? I'll put a red on over there.
Before Sextus can even respond, let alone place his own bet, his diving bird resurfaces a hefty ways away from where Kesh was pointing, another fish flopping in their beak as they paddle over. Keshu scowls as Sextus smirks at her.
Yeah, well, it probably would have been closer than you would have guessed. Uh-huh.
He gives Fowler's scratchies as they air out their feathers, casting his gaze to the city. His eyes land on the Surin enclave, just barely visible from where their boat sits. Following his gaze, Keshu gives him a nudge.
Here's a thought. Pound for pound, how much fish do you think the Surin catch?
Sextus squints at her quizzically.
They've got a floating home and flying boats, and the first thing you're thinking about is fish.
We're fishermen. Oh no,
that's
sorry,
that's
you.
me. We're fishermen. It's relevant. And I swear I'm going somewhere with this.
She leans forward a bit as she elaborates.
So take me, right? I'm pretty good at catching fish. I'm smart, I've got tools, I'm good at it. Right? Your bird, though, they're not smart at all. Hey!
Sextus covers Fowler's ear holes in offense, earning a confused honk.
Let me finish! Fowler isn't smart compared to you and me. But it catches way more fish than I do, relative to their weight.
Keshu returns to leaning back in her seat.
Because that's all diving birds think about, catching fish. And they're good at it.
Sextus lets Fowler take off again.
And clearly,
He says as they dive back under the water.
they don't waste any time jabbering like we do. Ha! Right.
Keshu cackles.
Okay, so, with all that said, how much do you think the CERN can catch?
Glancing back to the enclave, Sextus mulls it over.
Well,
He hums, fidgeting his ears between his fingers.
I'm sure they can make real fancy tools now with all the strides they'll be making with their unweighed. Nets that can float right out of the water, maybe. No hauling needed. Seems like a waste of a valuable resource, but go on. But they've got a lot on their mind right now. A lot. Making contact with their homeland, sorting out their infrastructure here, all that stuff.
He puts his jaw in one hand.
So, with all the thinking they have to do, they probably don't have much chance to learn how to fish in the first place, right? So, probably not any.
Keshu squints in a smile.
See, you get it. Get what? What point are you even trying to make? Too much smarts means not enough fish?
Sextus folds his arms indignantly.
And you didn't even include the fluters in whatever it is you're trying to say. What about their fishing skills to smarts ratio? The fluters are a bunch of different cultures with a bunch of different food gathering methods.
Cashew waves it off.
There might as well be no correlation. So what's your
point? Oh, sorry.
What's your point? I wasn't trying to make a point.
She huffs, frustrated.
I was just making conversation. I thought it'd be fun to think about.
As if to punctuate her statement, Fowler resurfaces once again. Sextus watches as they drop another catch into the pail and immediately head back into the water.
Well,
He remarks after a moment, smirking wryly.
While we're having our riveting intellectual discussion, Fowler is continuing to prove their superiority in the matter.
Cashew is clearly trying to stay mad, but nonetheless a smile is coaxed out.
Right, well, like I said, they're good at it.
They sit together in silence for a bit, watching the water.
How much fish do you think the war men catch? Oh, who even knows with them?
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
I love it. Well, we did great.
Yeah, I think we did one. Yeah,
Oh,
here.
man.
The reviews are coming in. Delightful, great.
It's
Book
it's
club,
wild to
class.
see other people working with this stuff.
Right? Well, and it's just like, I don't know, I like the humor, you know? Like, this is fun. This is great. And again, like you're saying, it's these moments that the story doesn't get that much, but just being able to, like, rest for a bit and you know, just sort of, you know, bullshit, right? Which is just what the story's doing.
Yeah, I do love that. Okay, where are we at? 1920.
Yes.
Be Ready by Herschel Deercliffe is on the left, or on the right is Flower Room by Sarah Lund.
Yes.
Beautiful watercolory thing.
Just love it. I love the flowers. I mean, I read them as hearts as well.
Yeah.
This is for all the Vatu X Junti shippers out there.
Love the rendering on her face.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's that, like, you know, there's so many moments in the story that this could be happening in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just this sort of reaching out and the separation. It's great.
Oh yeah, it's kind of the drop moment to it
Right.
towards the end. And this is this like
This one,
papercraft?
yes, it is. So,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
you can tell way more in the bottom here. It's like three-dimensional, like arranged paper. If you look at the artist's Instagram, you can see a lot more of this.
Okay.
Like I said, just blown away.
That is so cool. That is
Right?
so cool.
And, you know, I'm a sucker for all the little, like, alchemical paraphernalia, you know, all the little, like, bits and bobs, and just that, you know, especially in that moment in the story of Junti just sort of being lifted up into the air, and it really feels real, you know? And so seeing it in this real paper, and, like, all the flowers. I don't even know how many unweighed flowers that
It's
is in
so
the back.
cool. It's like a different, like, shimmery kind of paper or whatever.
Right?
I want to see it in person. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I guess, yeah, moving lighting or something. Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Did I skip one? No. Okay, that's 25. Ooh.
Yeah.
21, 22. Crimson by Samantha E. and The Weakness in All of Us by Tom Whitney. I know Tom Whitney.
Yeah.
Oof.
In the chat, I think.
Slick.
Right?
Great cartooning.
Yeah, no, I put them both together as sort of as cartoon representatives, but both, I don't know, like just such wonderful expressions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the body language in both of them too.
Oh yeah, the technique in both are definitely connected. This is great though.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little it has such a fucking animatic quality.
Right, right.
Love it. And a Kadarsh.
Yes. Sub the feet.
Or a Shizak maybe? I can't.
Yeah.
Wait, the arms. I think the arms mark him as Shazak.
And I think that's also why I pulled with Baka, thinking,
Uh-huh.
Because I thought because of the tablet there, right? Like when he's like sort of writing down an order.
Oh, yeah.
Like I can imagine these two looking at each other and making these exact same expressions.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we're getting, or maybe death of the author, but the author's alive in chat saying it's Kadarsh.
Is that the author in the chat saying that?
I think so.
Okay, it's Kadar.
Sorry.
Love it. Great, very expressive. Love
Right.
it.
I just feel like there's so much you can do with. I mean, with all of the characters that you design have such great faces, and I feel like both of these just get such good expressions out of them.
I like big Jesus Christ. I love that. Fuck.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like a big fucking expressive eyeball. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Okay. This one. Okay, this is the court. No, sorry.
That one's Secret Experiments in the Enclave, and then Unwait on the right.
Okay, Secret Experiments in the Enclave by Talia Maudlin.
I'm biased. She's my wife.
Oh. And on the right is Unwait by Venus Mage.
Yeah. And these ones I put together just from the texture.
Yeah.
But I just...
Oh, I can see that, absolutely.
Yes.
I love the weird amorphous body shapes here. It feels super in motion. I love it. God, the huge Unwait flowers. I love it.
Well, and dreamlike in the best way, in the ways that, like, I don't know, just the moment of Jinti sort of, like, flying for that first time, and you get this sort of, like, dreamlike feeling with the giant Unwait flower, and then Vatu sort of kept in this little, I guess, undefined space.
It feels emphatically like a Preet Parn cartoon.
Yes.
To me.
Yes.
Really, really excellent vibe in this one, I gotta say.
I love it. Again, I'm biased. I love this one.
No, that's a good one. This fucking gets me.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is like the almost feels like just sort of like Velas's soul a little bit.
Say it again?
Just Velas's soul.
Yeah.
Like his interior feeling, at least in parts of the story.
Man, I see people like approach some of these character designs with like more, I don't know, like a better foundation in cartooning than I have, and I am struck by it. I don't know. I
don't know if it's. I wouldn't call it a better foundation. I think it's just exaggeration.
It's a different. It's a different approach. It's unfair of me to say that, I guess, but
yeah,
this is just very fucking tight to me, I guess.
Right. Well, and again, I love the sort of very dreamlike, this sort of mist or kind of smoke or maybe like Unwait dust kind of going around the whole piece, as well as obviously coming out of Phyllis's mouth and the spoon and and the plant. Yeah.
Well, that's a banger.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well. Oh my God. Okay. Where are we at? 25.
Yes.
Vatu Ragdoll by Angela and John Skis on the left, and The Burden by Andrew Misisco on the right.
And if I'm correct, although maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Angela or John Skis, if you're in the chat, I think Angela's the one who made the doll, and then John is the one who did the photography. Both are outstanding.
Yeah, very dramatic presentation.
Right?
I love it's just totally abstracted into just the face and the mark.
Mm-hmm. And teeny tiny, right? Just judging from the grass. And so, I just as a decision in general, just to have only the mark on the face. I don't know, I love it.
Pretty cool. And you can tell, I guess, by the grain of the fabric. It's very tiny.
Well, and all the textures on the different fabric here are just wonderful. And the big, like, I don't know if it must be a button or a clasp or something that's sort of representing that medallion. You know?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Right?
I forgot what she was wearing. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart color with all the light on her. Very smart.
Right. Well,
love it.
all the light, but smaller.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It gives sort of a dreamlike quality, you know, or sort of like thoughts sort of dominating, or maybe like the way that they have all played into her story. I don't know. It's just, she just also looks a lot more just tired and defeated here in a way, you know. Yeah,
Really
there's such
like
an atmosphere in this one.
It's so like, I don't know, there's so much drama. It's such a like, cover of a book or a movie poster thing.
This is, I think this is definitely book cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're approaching halfway. This is enormous. I cannot
Right?
I can't believe this shit.
Yeah, speaking of, we're going to try and get a physical version of this going. More details to come because, like you said, it's this really the response to this, how many people made things, just blew me away. But we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll make noise about it.
Yeah.
In whatever way it happens to be figured out.
Yeah, but look at these Suttons. Oh my god.
On the left, The Court Painter of Arias Morant VII by Kyler Keating. On the right, The Fork, or Every Sword of Sata is the Same by Casket Jones.
Again, just wonderful titles, but like...
Yeah, serious
just
titles.
the rendering in both of these. Oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta look at these at higher resolution. This is freaking so cool.
And I'll tell you that, this one on the right, actually, honestly, I feel like both of these, I probably didn't do the most justice in the PDF format, so definitely check them out on Tumblr, because you can really get them big.
Great rendering.
Mm-hmm. Just the water here, right?
Taria has kind of an emperor sash thing here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's intentional. That's cute.
You know, I didn't read it that way, but that's so true. And just the clouds, sky.
Man, that's
and just and again putting them here at the fork in the river, sort of where Antea, where we see her in the story.
Oh, it's the fucking the rivers are named after both of them, of course.
Yep, right. Yeah, it's so good, so good.
Why didn't I think of that? Brilliant. Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, very drama.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the melted face.
Yeah, and this one is just that really obsessive, just dark, and Vatu's eyes here too.
Yeah, creepy.
Right. I'd just be worried about having that many candles in my studio, but yeah. Watch out, though.
Yeah, this is great. Excellent vibes.
Yeah.
Profoundly fucked up.
Right. Yeah, this is the horror angle.
Okay, I'm trying to only look at one thing at a time so that I don't spoil it. This is I Read It Thus by Dave Myers and As All Things Wither by Therese M. This one first.
The religious thread here. That's what I was saying.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I wish I knew the techniques for all these. I love knowing techniques. Oh, okay. All these cool
I should have asked. If people, again, if any of the others are in the chat and can share about their technique, everyone wants to know.
The people are clamoring for techniques. This is great.
Right?
The game, helmets.
Mm-hmm. All the different swords.
Unweight thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Love it. Very great.
And
wild decision to flat black and white. Love it.
Right. Well, and I feel like you can read it either all as collecting into sort of the bowl or emanating from it. You know. Right.
Okay.
It's wonderful grish.
Oh man, the texture in here.
Mm-hmm. And this one as well, I had to crop it a little, so check this one out on Tumblr.
Yeah, I got to look at this bigger. the
Yes.
the expressions and all in the fight, love it.
Right.
Ugh.
And just the teeth. Yeah, I thought there's a real sort of wildness to this one.
Yeah, I love this. This is like it's fun seeing like a totally confident and like diametrically opposed aesthetic applied to this stuff from my own, you know?
Right,
Like
right.
it's extremely well done and in a way that I would just never think to do it. Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, and actually, and sorry, glancing over the chat, also think about this monochrome kind of linking those two pieces as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, beautiful, man.
Right?
31, Streams of Fate by Emile Lamour. 32, Tears for Atta by Maddie Payton.
Mm-hmm. And just both of these, I love the liquid,
Yeah.
you know? And just like the motion, even though they're both such still poses, like, you can feel the motion, both of them.
This is really intense, man.
Right?
Very interesting, very different approach to like understanding Junti's head in 3 dimensions than I would have thought. That's cool. I like seeing that. You know, that's cool.
Well, there's some. I feel like, especially the CERN, have a lot of different interpretations in this. I mean, all the Grish too, but yeah, and Vatu's tears. I just love the sort of looming Sata in the background. You know.
Oh my God, yeah. That's very cool. Got her little gap teeth in there. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And just the soft shading, and like the glow around it. I mean, it feels really magical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, sort of both of these sort of being drawn out of the water, I guess being put into, like this little, I'm in love with the little droplet of blood into the river, and the way that the river just sort of, like, floats off into the sky.
Great,
you know?
smart color treatment.
Wonderful.
Really love the face, like very.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. It's just very like taking the weird head shape seriously and rendering it as a 3-dimensional thing. So cool. I really love this one, I gotta say.
Well, and I guess again, sort of comparing to your work, I feel like this is a figure that you would draw, but not a type of setting that you'd put them in. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really consistent with how I think of her in 3-dimensional space. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Unusually so, I would say. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry if it seems like I'm rushing through these. I am.
No, there's a lot.
I am astounded.
Well, yeah. So actually, I think the final count was something like 57 different contributors.
Awesome.
So like in my head, I was like, oh, if I could get 20, that would be so cool. And then like, oh, if I could get like, like a real zine, that would have like 50 people, and blew past that. So, but yeah, but these ones I love too.
This is what are we? World in a Box by Propriety.
Mm-hmm.
I know
also,
you.
maybe still in the chat.
I know you. And I am from Atta by Little Monkey. I think this one's on top.
Yeah, and these to me felt like both the kind of vision sequences.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, absolutely. Until Sata is like, doesn't she say that when she's like doing drugs with the paint?
Mm-hmm.
This is wild.
And just the way here that like what's foreground or background, or what's a solid object versus what's sort of this like flowing color and shape shifts, like no matter where, like it's this sort of like Magritte kind of thing that I really like.
This has got to be like physical media, like marbleizing, right?
Yeah, I really don't know.
I don't expect you to know, but
I think I will say I think the artist is
it's
chat, right?
It's mesmerizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, it's digital. I'm seeing it's digital and all.
Oh.
Wow, incredible.
Huh.
No idea how you did it. It looks so cool.
Wow, it really looks like marbleize. You know, marbleizing,
Right.
where you like dip paper in a thing.
Yeah, and you sort of wiggle it. Yeah. But this one I think is traditional.
Man.
I
Okay.
think.
I gotta figure
I'm
out
not
all
sure.
these symbols. She's
Right.
wearing the Warman symbol and the Grish current symbol.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And you can see on the tiles, it's
Also-
the Grish sort of, I don't know what you call them, kind of like the color tribe group.
The patron god
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. And then obviously you've got the unweighed flowers sort of stylized.
Oh yeah, great. I love that flower.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Morant.
Yeah.
The Morant. What do you call it? A monogram or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, monogram.
Monograph.
Oppressively on top.
Monogram.
Very fucking
Right.
clever.
Right. And then and at the river, or sort of the game board river becoming a real river, but then it's also surrounded by an even realer river, which is what everything is being drawn away in, you know? It's great. It's wonderful.
This is a fairly conceptually rich piece, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love it.
This is the conceptual spread.
Oh, I've seen this one before. Whoa.
Yes, the big.
I've seen this
Yeah.
one before. This is okay. Where are we at? 35.
Mm-hmm.
Vatu marked in white by Justin Chans, and float by Icicle Pops. This I love the fucking rendering on this. Like it's so
Right.
God,
This
it
is-
just looks so cool.
This is the Vatu vinyl figure that you pay $300 for. That's,
Yeah. It's so fucking believable. Love it.
Right.
Cinematic.
And so I'll mention, so this is a piece that was made far before this zine sort of came into existence. And so one of the things I tried to do was message everyone I could find on Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, who had made Vatu fan art before in the past, decade, and see if they'd like to participate. Because I could find maybe like 10 or 15 people. But then earlier today, when I was going through my, like archival, like Vatu files, I found like another like 20 pieces that were all incredible, and they weren't people I reached out to, and I felt terrible.
This is already fucking huge,
Yeah,
man.
but this is a piece that was created before the zine, and very grateful to be able to include it here.
Justin Chan, am I wrong? I think there's a typo
Chan.
in the Tumblr.
No, I think it is. Or is it Chan? I might have
No,
messed up.
I don't know. I really love this though. This fucking really struck me when
Well, just her eyes,
I saw
right?
it. And this is Float by Icicle Pops.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this one deserves to just be here in the expanse,
Yeah, man. Really cool. Really it has sort of like a, what is that? Is it Spain? That like psychedelic underground comics guy from like the late 60s, early 70s. It reminds me of that. Like there's this overly shiny quality to it. I don't know. I really love it.
I don't know, so I will agree. Yes, it does.
Spain.
Yeah, Spain. I was like, the country?
Yeah, we'll do another zine for next year.
Oh my God. Goblins get a whole week. Vatu gets one day. Unbelievable.
Okay, this one first. This is Now is the Time by Severin W. Oh, I apologize.
And
the
Endless
resolution
Wandering.
dropped too much, probably.
Yeah. This one. I'll put. Yeah, this one. I think I could put the Tumblr here.
Oh, I like
because it-
collapsing all these different moments into one thing.
Right.
The unweight being thrown up and Vatu rescued and the bridge fight. Very cool.
Yeah. Here, I'm putting the link in the chat. Folks can see this one.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting absolutely crushed into gravel by the encoding here.
Oh yeah. Some of these, some of the pictures, the images were like indexed color, and I think that is what I.
Oh.
So I batch adjusted everything to be the correct resolution for the stream,
Gotcha.
and didn't look at it because I didn't want to spoil anything. Hey, there we go. Fixed it.
Yeah.
Fixed it.
Oh, there you go. Yes, yeah, because I was going to say, it's so clean. And again, there's sort of like the grays everywhere.
Man,
What this... Yeah.
Sorry to just throw it all over the all over the screen here. There's so much going on here in the...
Actually, oh my god, actually go up to the upper left. Are those birds or are those the flying enclave sort of bombers?
Birds, I think.
Are they birds?
I think.
Okay, I read it as birds first, but then I was like, wait.
So much going on here. It's so
Right.
wild seeing anybody else draw this shit, man.
Right?
This is so cool.
Well, and I like as well about this is like the only people in this, right, are just like Janan and Jinti and Vatu.
Yeah.
But there's so much going on around them. But it's just like they're the only people, but they're so small, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. This is...
hmm And this is the line, you know, obviously right before the big jailbreak.
endless wandering? Right,
Mhm,
endless
yeah.
wandering.
And then Now's the Time was the one that was just up there. Yeah.
Oh, I love the luminous
Right.
quality.
Well, just and fading into the stars sort of as water.
Yeah. Oh, you know, who was it? Propriety said on Patreon, I think, that they were going to do the same thing that I did, the Vatu in the river thing that I ended up doing the cover. Like,
Well, on that note, in about 10 pages or so, you can see. I didn't really know how to say anything, but we'll get no spoilers.
I mean, it's too on the nose. I mean, it has to be the cover, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry to take
Well,
it.
no, but there, I think there's I don't know, not to get ahead of myself. I think there's very important differences in the choices that you and that other artist made that make them very similar, but also very different pieces.
No, and there's very different choices that I and this
Yes.
artist made too.
Exactly.
Love it.
But yeah, but this is where Vatu is. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense.
Okay, where are we? 40? No, 39 to 40.
Yeah, so we're now on to what's this part 3
Oh yeah.
of
Okay.
the contributor list here for folks following.
This is Queen of Swords on the left by Emrys
Mhm.
Marchese. Journey by Ochazake on the right.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing this one first. Oh, it's her in all the different...
Yep. Yeah. And all the weapons. I mean, this is the weapons page. That's how I thought of it.
Mm,
Or I guess tools or implements, different ways. You know,
I do love...
thinking of
I love
everything she's
making all the
holding.
little outfits. Ooh, and I
Mhm.
love the Sata is recognizably the same, but all proportionately treated differently. Very
Yep.
cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and just and Vatu Vatu the hunter, the child, is like sort of the faintest, but also the closest to Sada. You know, like it's
Yeah,
you know,
all washed out there.
yeah.
Very cool. Very, like, I don't know, a lot of gravity. I keep saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the piece is very serious.
I guess
There's some
that's,
humor in here too.
I
But, you know.
guess that's what I said. That's the space I set up for us.
Right.
I know exactly the panel this is
Yep.
bouncing off of.
But rendered in watercolor.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Excellent.
Well, and I just love, like, is the clothing watercolor too? This is such a nice effect.
It must be.
Yeah.
Love the face. Very different
Mm-hmm.
treatment of the face than I hate to keep comparing it, but it's interesting to see.
Right.
Very intense.
Well, what features and sort of the way the expressions get changed a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And just a great individual piece, you know.
Mm-hmm. 45, 46. No, 41, 42. Wings
Yeah.
of Shira by Nekia Donkey. and
Mhm.
Away by Bradley Smith.
Yes.
Whoa, a mouth.
Yeah, right? This is, especially, if you talk about different faces, right? This is, now the fluters can eat. Which, by the way, speaking of mouths, okay, so, so what my wife's original idea to contribute for the zine was like a recipe, maybe from the story. But I went back through, and like the only thing that people really eat is like a loaf of bread, a piece of meat,
Yeah.
some tea of uncertain provenance, like are they do they have a food culture? Is that not of interest in a medium of commerce?
I think, I don't know. I am aware that that's kind of conspicuously absent. It's something I would like to sort of touch on more in future and other work. I just
okay. So Third Voice is going to have recipes.
Hasn't been a focus. I don't know. I like you approach a project and you're like, I'm going to include every single thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to
an entire culture.
It's going to have it all in there. But I'm aware of that weird conspicuous absence. But I guess that Vatu just has so many other things it's trying to do in every given moment.
Right. Yeah, I could have just the red wall, sit down, meal, like 100 pages.
This feels very. What's that movie, The Forbidden Planet? It feels very like 70s, like French science fiction to me. The texture is so.
Yeah, zoom in on the strokes because like.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is digital or physical, but just like, oh my gosh. Like the brush strokes here are wonderful.
There's so much rendering going on.
Yeah, and just like so much care, but still keep like it doesn't make it overly realistic, right?
Yeah.
Still keeping this like wonderful like looseness and cartoonishness.
Oh yeah, definitely is like. Right, definitely not too like realistic or literalistic.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I forget if I.
I've lost it.
Away by Bradley Smith. Whoa. Okay, so all the way up, he's up in the sky. The tears. Oh, I said he. I try to avoid any pronoun for the weightless one at all. Whoops.
Oh, sorry. Well, death of the opera. Death of the weightless one. All right.
This is great.
Right. Just the angle.
The tears.
Mm-hmm. And it's also great as well because having two pieces in here that are showing that moment with the weightless one, but I feel like they've got a totally different feeling, because this one feels so, you can feel the way that they're sort of coming out of the enclave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the other one feels so much more like isolated,
Yeah, the other one's more sad, kind of.
Yeah. Well, it almost feels just in the way in which weightless one's like hands are folded, almost feels like hopeful. Yeah. It's great.
Man, there's so much dimension in all this shit that people are finding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that right? 47, 48. Okay.
Yes, it is. That is the obligatory.
Oh, this is cool.
Right.
This on the right is Emperor Vatu by Jeff Pop. Love it.
Right?
This little Kadarsh in the corner.
Just a little, both of them, just the little faces. I love it.
Man, excellent.
The most shark-like, I think, any Grisha's book.
The most what?
Shark-like, like a shark.
Yeah.
But this is, you know what? If that other one was the anime opening, this is the 80s like toy tie-in animated Saturday morning cartoon opening.
Oh, absolutely.
I just want Vatu like jumping towards me. You get the logo, like the title.
Although this kind of has a Soviet cartoon vibe to it too. That like weird squashy, handmade animation vibe.
Yeah.
Very fun.
It just has a wonderful sense of just like dynamism,
Very fun.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm just seeing in the chat Mario Brothers. This is
Oh, yeah, I can
Vatu's
see
Mario
that.
Jump.
We got a Casey Green reference here.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
man,
Casey Green
fuck.
chat.
Hell
Don't tell
yes.
Casey Green.
Oh man, hell yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Somehow manages to be even darker than the original meme, perhaps. And look at the painting that's burning, by the way.
Absolutely. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's obligatory meme by Becca D.
Yeah, I was cracking up when this one came in.
Okay, is this 2-page?
Oh, this is a comic. Yeah, that's a 2-pager.
Just a 2? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And this one is Mark of the End by Grant Newbold.
Thank you. Oh, Ovens is in this.
Yeah, coming up.
I don't know very many of these people. This is so cool.
Yeah, there were only a few folks that I knew. I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 right ahead of time,
Mhm.
and then there were a few people that I was like, once I saw their piece, I was like, oh, I've seen your art before. I just didn't recognize the name. But yeah, so many folks in here that I just had not seen before, and are all people I need to follow.
Man, this is nice. I
Right?
exactly know the particular few. There's specific panels that this is
Exactly.
riffing on that I remember. The putting
Yeah.
the blanket over Junti and the
Mm-hmm. Well, and Kadarsh with the hand out,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
and the crying with the war man. Man,
Mhm.
wild.
So great.
Oh, love it. Great treatment of
And you
black
can-
and white too.
And you can feel her cape like whipping in the wind, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I love as well, you know, depicting her sort of alone against a tower. You know, like obviously that's not how it plays out in the story, but
Yeah,
I don't know, just it feels right.
yeah. Really great.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Really good. That's like big, bold, courageous treatment of spot blacks too.
Hmm
Okay.
And great head shapes too, as
Mhm.
well.
That was. Oh, sorry. What was that? Mark
That
of the
was-
End.
Mark of the End.
Mark
Yeah.
of the End by Grant Newbold.
Mm-hmm.
50. This is.
Oop.
Did I skip one?
I think you skipped one.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, you should have What Atta Washed Away and I See Dump River.
Okay, I'll come back to it in a
But
second.
this
Ooh,
is,
these are cool.
Right?
49 is Bury It, Burn It, Send
Yes.
It Down the River by Scrigg. That's on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then also Send It Down the River.
Also
left,
what?
but very different. But also named Send It Down the River on the left too. But such different ways of depicting it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is well, it's like, you know the exact moment.
Hmm.
Or I guess moments.
But it's sort
It's,
of
juxtaposed.
turned a little poetical.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is
Well,
very
and
cool.
diminishing the tower size, or maybe growing Vatu size.
This is I Send It Down the River by Fels,
Mhm.
F-E-L-S. Great effect here. Wild.
Yeah, like sand.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, really plausible. Really cool.
Hmm And this has to be digital too, right?
Oh, I would bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now we did skip. I'm like trying not to. I'm trying to see them at exactly the right second. Okay, this is the ovens one.
Yeah.
I'm all about ovens. Beautiful, man.
Right. Right.
God.
Love it. But this is again when it came in, I was like, because I think this got submitted like the day before on Patreon that you were posting your draft for the
yeah.
cover of the river, and I was like, should I say something? I was like, no.
Yeah,
Because-
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that we both did the same thing, but like you can always
Well-
say that you did this first.
And the river is, I feel like in your piece the river is more not heavenly, but has more of a abstract kind of flowing away to light feel. Here, it's way more real, and almost like polluted by all of these, objects and things from Vatu's past.
Yeah.
And I just love the effect of the water on all of them, like the twists in the flute and in the flowers.
Really love it. Love your drawing ovens.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really cool. It's really cool to see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So good. And again, just like such wonderful, like, I mean, like, I'm sure folks have seen Oven's art before, but just like confident cartoon line work. It's wonderful.
Yeah. The real deal. Okay.
Yes.
We're almost.
Oh, oops. Oh, wait. Oh, but there's a. So there's. We might have messed it up. Hold on. Okay, actually, maybe let's just look at 50 first, because this next one's a 2-page con.
Got it. 50 is Things We Lost by Starfish.
Yeah, well, we'll sit here in this contemplative moment with the two of them. The broken axe, the broken medallion, their feet.
God, the fucking little gemstone. I haven't drawn that in 10 years.
Right. And just the colors of the sunset.
Yeah.
And the dark river cutting through it.
Really great atmosphere. I love it.
Yeah. And it's sort of a moment that you kind of wish they could have had, or at least I do,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or maybe they do. Maybe they do have this moment.
I mean,
and Vatu 2, coming December 2022.
12 years between them getting down there and the little epilogue moment, so who knows what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anything could happen. Anyone, now that all the CERN can fly.
Okay, this is a 2-page comic.
Yes. And might need... Oh, you know what? I don't know if this text is readable. Let me...
Maybe I'll drag them from the...
No, I'll link it in the chat.
Thank you. What was that? This is marked by James Lee. Yeah, I gotta... Thank you. I'm going to save different versions of it and make it slightly sharper.
Yeah, so I put the Tumblr link in the chat. Also, I can see, was there only one prose piece? No, there's another one coming up right after this. Perfect.
Okay, marked. Torn from my home, I came to you in bondage with scars freshly inflicted by your hand, forced to endure the impressive weight of your power and the violence it begets. I lived marked in the endless golden plains and turquoise skies of my homelands. I survived, marked in the blue of loss and isolation within the walls of a heavy, unyielding city. I fought, marked in the red of the conqueror's language, the only one it understands. I leave, marked in the white of my will reclaimed, the scars of my experiences and my freedom regained. What colors lie ahead in a future yet untold? I walk forward and make my mark.
Beautiful. It's just wonderful poetic writing. Excellent, like, character drawings.
Yeah, really,
I love the riff on the covers,
Really clean, confident drawing, yeah.
And then just this abstract last panel. It's wonderful.
Cool, love that one. Sam and Roe in the chat. Were you here when I saw your page? It fucking rocked. I love the fucking Game Boy drawings. I just gotta say.
Also, I did catch, I had another messed up link on the Tumblr. Sorry, everyone.
Okay, we got a 3-page text thing now.
Yeah.
And I don't... I again have it formatted badly.
I'll get a link in the chat.
Thank you for your help. This is a... We've been on here an hour, man. Thank you for doing this.
Have I really? Feels like just a moment. I like since these have been coming in and put together, I've just been like constantly reading and rereading through all of them, like, and just like looking at them. They're so great. Highly recommend. Even after this, I feel like you'll only just be able to like touch on each of them. Like everyone should go back and just like find your favorites, like just stare at them.
I don't know if I can read it out loud. I don't know.
Can we get that that TikTok?
Oops. Oh shit, the call just failed. The call just failed. Brian, maybe I call you back in a minute. How does this sound? Hey Anya. I don't know what happened. I got my phone said call failed. So I'm going to read through this and then I will go through the rest of these and maybe I will call you to sort of to round out the end of the thing. How's that sound? Okay. Can someone tell me how many people are in here? Oh man, I'm a little exhausted. 109. Grazie. Okay, this is 5 Citizens on Tower Day by Francis Bass, who I believe I saw in the chat. Me, says Francis Bass. Innie felt the rumble in her toes. The stones in her rucksack hummed, vibrating together. She stood up, shouldered the sack, and stepped to the edge of the platform. Before her, the omnibus channel cut a trench in the ground. She looked down it one way, then the other. River-wise, she saw wood box houses, and in the distance some brick and plaster compounds. Sea-wise, she saw a few more box houses, then tents, entree farms, and she saw the omnibus animal. In rapid undulations, the blue-gray creature approached. When it neared, she could glimpse a few of the 10,000 little fingers beneath its belly. The omnibus animal stopped at the platform, turned its head, and disgorged one passenger. Innie boarded the animal. She clutched the straps sutured into its throat as she walked further in, and the animal started moving. She took a seat across from a dark-haired Satan, set down her rucksack, and closed her eyes. She let herself drift off. She was traveling the entire length of the city. It would be a while. Break. Sorry, there's a pause. That's extra textual. Chaturan blinked hard to keep awake. A fluter had sat down across from him, which meant they'd reached the city outmost by now. His platform would be next. Pulsing blossom lights barely illuminated his fellow passengers. In the shifting shadows, diagrams and charts proliferated. Rig boxes, chain ribs, weights and unweights, and tangled side weights. Chaturan had been drafting architectural schemes for the new Surin neighborhood all night, and still they crowded his vision. Then his stop. He disgorged, and the dawn air was cool. Standing on the platform, he surveyed the steady brick buildings of Newtown. All were oriented down in the direction of weight, bases always broader than crowns. The lantern rose above 4 stories, with everything else lower. At last, he banished those exquisitely calibrated Surin structures from his mind. Before arriving at home, Chaturan stopped at a drink house and sat between an Eggman and a Surin. The Eggman was having tea. The Surin was having a straw ale, and Chaturan ordered the same. The city was waking up. The city was going to sleep. Chaturan blinked. Pemberton startled when the Satan beside her collapsed, spilling his bowl of ale. "Are you all right, mister?" He apologized repeatedly as a Surin fellow helped him to his feet, then walked him to the door. Pemberton watched them go, and she wondered. Where was the Satan from? Where headed? Was he a neighbor? She still knew so little of Newtown, still felt so unready for today. She finished her tea and walked briskly to the plaza, where she spotted the skyboat waiting for her. There were 2 other passengers and a Surin pilot sucking a paper tube. Pemberton took out her purse and asked the pilot, "How much is fare to the Walls? To Walls?" The pilot cinched the tube. "Pemberton, yeah? The lottery guy? You're paid for. Municipal voucher, don't worry." "Oh, well, thank you, mistress." Pemberton took the remaining seat at the back of the gondola. The pilot started working the cords, and into the air they rose. This was quite different than a Grish boat. Leaning over the edge, Pemberton could see everything. Green and yellow outmost, gray dockside, new quarters, Met Vatu, the omnibus channels, even the shining waters of Grishet and Grishadon in the distance. And she was to stand in assembly and speak for Newtown and debate with all the rest and all this multitude before her and reach consensus thereby and serve the city entire. Pemberton sat down in her chair. Jarin needed to piss. That Eggman had taken so long to board, and Jarin had sucked too much treble. Now she was twisting her legs and hissing under her breath. Lowtown, next stop Lowtown. Incredibly, she made it, and pulling the cords so hard they twanged, she set the boat down and announced, "Lowtown, step down for Lowtown, next stop Walls, but first sit here one little moment." And Jarin sprinted off down the old Greystone streets, heading for the Grish Waterworks on Capitol Street, repeating that to herself now, "Capital, Capital." Then she arrived at the omnibus channel, and without a thought she climbed down into it, dashed across, and climbed up the other side. Only afterward did she feel the shaking and saw right behind her the omnibus animal barreling through. Whatever. Capital, Capital. Jarin ran on. The omnibus animal saw the city at his flanks and read the city through his fingers. Seeing it, the city was grassy, then blocky, then open, then narrow, then wet, then blocky again, then bright, and then it all reversed. Reading it through the grooves in the channel floor, he knew the platforms, knew their names, and knew some small news carved by the other omnibus animals. As he neared Liberty Isle, he read notes of excitement, pleasure, joy. He was joyful too. At last he reached the turn in the channel. The line curved, his muscles stretched and warmed and made lovely clicks. He stopped at the platform before disgorging, the omnibus animal let out a long sigh. Innie felt the rumble as the omnibus animal left. She walked across Liberty Square to her spot near the bridge. She sat down. She chose the most polished carved stones from her bag and laid those out before her. The cold cup vendor arrived and gave her a drink. A red-marked fellow set up across from her and lit ghost fires. Some Grish prize fighters chalked out a ring, and soon the people of the city came in. On foot, on Grish boat, on sky boat, and on omnibus animal, on pedals they came. The people thronged Liberty Square and danced and sang and ate in excess. By evening, Innie sold every stone in her pack, and so lightened she joined in the dancing. Atop the tower ruin, a grand band of fluters and drum men was playing a thromp. The whole city rumbled, and Innie felt it everywhere. Love it. Man, really beautiful. That is, it is wild to see. I can see sort of what you're riffing on and what you're bringing into it. Really cool to see, man. Really love that. Ugh. Yeah, emotional. Okay. We got a few. We got a few more. How's everybody doing? I'm just gonna sort of break for a minute, I think. Thank y'all for coming. This is a nice thing. This is a nice way to wrap my head around this, you know. So thanks. Yeah, just a couple more. Oh man, wild. Very interesting. I like these pseudo-historical stylizations. This is Legends on the left, Legends by Beware the Warp, and on the right, The Last Emperor by James Barrie. Oh man. Cool. Oh, very like clean, believable, like illustrative style. So cool. Oh man, we got other species of people. Sort of a horned. And other people that aren't just in this one comic, right? Really cool looking. Oh yeah, some of the sort of dolphin people from Island Book almost. I read this as someone from someone from Order of Tales reinterpreting Vatu. Yeah, reading it out of a big book hundreds of years later or something. Man. Fucking pretty cool. There's a fluter there in the front and a Surin, cute. And this is, what is this? The Last Emperor, James Barrie, right? I said that. Vatu. Very plausible style here. So cool. Oh, I love this like flat medieval Vatu with the bandaged leg and everything. Okay, what are these little medallions here? Boats on the river, water. Oh, that's on the Grish side. On the Surin side, there's flowers and the unweight canister and the boats. Cool. Rocks. There's I love it. There's a lot of people in the chat who drew things for this. Insular art. I'm not totally familiar with what all these things are called, but it really looks plausibly historical. I know what you mean, I think. So cool. Oh, and what's going on with this is a fire up at the top, right? Why the egg at the top? Folks, it's a banger. Oh man, love that. Okay. Is that the last one? Oh, of course, that's a beautiful last one. Damn. What is this? This is Empire by William Lilstjarna. Lilstjarna. Yeah, so cool. The mark is still there. So cool. God. Oh, I love it. Beautiful. Watercolor something? It does have a Ghibli vibe. God, this is an enormous effort. Okay, now apparently there is something else in Jesus. Is that it? A Rest Between Pages by Weston L. Marigold Humphreys. It's very cute. It's very cute. Let me see if there's any other illustrative material. Oh, there's a couple more. Fucking densely packed, man. This is serious. I'm gonna make a lot of noise about tomorrow. I'm gonna make a lot of noise about where to download this thing and look at it at higher quality than you have seen it here. And I mean, I'll just fucking have it available for download on the Vatu index page forever until somebody wants it to not be there. These are beautiful. Really nice little, highly rendered little objects. Whoa, man! I wish I had done more of this shit with the coloring, with the unweight. So cool. That gets me. Gotta look at these at higher resolution. I'm so sorry that the resolution is not great, but you have to go look at it yourself. Yeah, these are very slick. These are all by the same person, is that right? 62 to 65, The Trio by Ikaro, aka Mono. Beautiful. Well, this has been really cool. This has given me a really different perspective on this whole fucking project. Is that all? Was there not a single piece of fan art of me? I'm an emperor single proxy, damn it. I will not be relegated to marginalia. Is that, who is that? Is that by Brian or by Casket Jones? That's you. Okay. That rocks. Oh man. Yes, I am at SPX next week. Okay, well that's about 4 hours of streaming, so I'm going to bed. I really appreciate folks, y'all being here, and it really kind of takes a lot out of me to look through that whole thing. Really affecting. It means a lot. Thank you for reading my internet comic. I was going to talk some about the next thing I'm going to make, but I don't want... Just rest assured I will make it. Have a good night, everybody. I'm going to play the outro music. Bye.